stream. Great. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Committee on Government Oversight. I'm Nate Libby. I serve as co-chair, and I also proudly represent all of the people of Lewiston in the Maine Senate. I'd like to continue with introductions of committee members, and I'll start with Representative Stover.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Holly Stover. I represent House of District 89, including the towns of Booth Bay, Harbor, Southport, Edgecombe, Westport Island, and South Bristol.
Thank you. Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. I am Donna Bailey, proudly serving the people of Senate District 31, which is Saco, Old Orchard Beach, Hollis, Leamington, and part of Buxton.
Thank you. Senator Bennett. Go on to Senator DeChambeau.
Good morning. I'm Senator Susan DeChambeau, District 32. I represent Dayton, Lyman, Alfred, Rundle, Kennebunk-Port, which I will use next, and Biddeford, my hometown. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Bennett.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Rick Bennett. I have the honor of serving 13 towns in Cumberland and Oxford counties in the Maine Senate. It's basically Greater Freiburg, the Lakes region, part of Cumberland County, and the Oxford Hills region. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Timberlake.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, I'm Senator Jeff Timberlake. I represent Senate District 22 in Androscoggin and Kennebec counties. Go from Turner all the way down to the Lisbon area, around the surrounding areas of Lewiston and Auburn.
Thank you. Representative Arata.
Good morning. My name is Amy Arata, and I represent House District 65, which includes New Gloucester and a part of Poland.
Thank you. Representative Blyer.
Wrong button there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mark Blyer. I represent District 22, which is all of Leamington and part of Buxton, Standish, and Limerick.
Thank you. Representative Fay.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jessica Fay. I represent House District 66, which is parts of the towns of Casco, Raymond, and the other part of Poland.
Thank you. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. My name is Maggie O'Neill, and I represent House District 15, which is in Saco.
Thank you, everyone. And we're also joined by staff from the Office of Program Evaluation and Government Accountability. Lucian Nixon, Director, Matt Crook, who's an analyst, Lisa Plimpton, who's an analyst, Amy Gagne, who's an analyst, and behind the scenes, Sabrina Carey, who is our clerk and making all of the technology that enables this meeting to occur happen for us. So we appreciate their efforts and welcome them today. For the benefit of the public, this is a busy period of the legislative session with a lot of work getting wrapped up in the next 10 days or so. We have some members absent. Please know it's not for lack of interest, but many folks being pulled in many different directions at the same time. You may see members come into the meeting or have to leave the meeting early for other business, and again, it's not for lack of interest. As a reminder for members, our meeting is being broadcast. The audio is being broadcast over the legislature's website, video broadcast on YouTube. So if you do have to leave, please make sure to turn your camera off and your mute button on. The chat function that we have in Zoom should be reserved just for troubleshooting technical matters or getting the attention of the chair or staff. It should not be used for any kind of substantive policy debate. With that, we'll move to first item on the agenda, which is a review of the minutes from the last meeting. If you've had a chance to review them and you see anything that needs to be edited or changed, now would be a great time to bring that up. Seeing none, we'll move on to the next section. Number 2, OPEGA evaluation of Child Protective Services investigation. This is a public comment period. So as members know, we received the report at our last meeting. Today is an opportunity for the public to weigh in. We have a number of folks who've signed up to give testimony. And we also have representatives from the Office of Child and Family Services who've signed up to give remarks as well. So in keeping with some traditions of legislative committees, I'd like to have members of the public present their testimony first, and then we'll have the department give their remarks. So if there's no objection, we'll proceed with opening the public comment period. In the midst of all the papers I have, I need to locate the sign-up sheet. Okay. I'm going to take folks in the order that they appear on my sign-up sheet. And first up, I have Senator Diamond.
Good morning.
Welcome, Senator. We can't see you.
My video is on.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. How's that?
Perfect.
It's not as good as the picture was before. All right. Thank you very much. Shall I begin?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Senator Libby and Representative Stover, members of the Government Oversight Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to share some issues with you. Based on the report, I thank the OPEGA team for the work they did. I know they had limited time, and but I appreciate all that they did in putting this together. The report reinforces once again the ongoing problems within the Office of Child and Family Services. Obviously, many of the deficiencies identified in the report pertaining to the most critical responsibilities of OCFS, deficiencies that continually put children's safety at risk, have not been corrected. Question is, why are these serious problems still persistent? And why haven't they been addressed after all this time? This report substantiates the same specific problems we've been hearing about for years, especially over the past 5 years. In fact, the report shows that critical responsibilities of child safety within OCFS have not only lacked improvement over 4 years, but sadly have gotten worse. Specifically, I referenced the following facts taken from the report. Protecting child safety, as explained in the report, the Child and Family Services Review, is the mechanism through which the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services exercises its oversight of state child welfare agencies to ensure conformity with federal requirements and to promote continuous improvement in child welfare. The CFSR is also used by Maine DHHS, the Quality Assurance, the QA program, to measure progress in meeting the goals established in the state's Program Improvement Plan, which we refer to as PIP. In the 2017 CFSR, Maine received an overall rating of area needing improvement. For each of these 3 items, OPEGA reviewed, and the review, those items are listed on my testimony. None met the applicable standard for percentage of cases rated as a strength. In each of these 3 areas, a PIP was set. The PIP goal was for timeliness, was met in 2020, so OPEGA, given the limited time they had, focused on the 2 remaining measures. Risk and safety assessment, only 40% of the cases were rated as a strength in the 2017 CFSR, and the PIP goal was set at 47. The most recent 6-month reporting period, 4 years later, ending in December 2021, only 29% of the sample cases rated as strength. Caseworker visits with a child, 63% of the cases were rated as a strength in 17, and the PIP goal was set at 70. Only 35% of the sample cases in the most recent 6-month reporting period were rated as strength, nearly a 30% decline. OPEGA further examined 109 cases sampled and reviewed by Maine HHS, the QA program, between April 17 and March 21. All 109 cases included initial investigations. Risk and safety assessment, only 13.8% of 109 sample cases were rated as a strength. And the report notes that 34.9% of the assessment of cases accurately assessed all risk. That's a third. Only 14% of review cases where safety concerns were present at an appropriate safety plan developed, continually monitored and updated, and in only 29% of the cases where safety concerns were adequately addressed. These numbers are shocking, frankly. The basic responsibility of OCFS is to protect the child's safety first and foremost above all else. And yet that responsibility repeatedly is found to be mishandled. And the quality of caseworker visits with a child, the report asked the question, were visits of sufficient quality to address safety, permanency, and well-being of issues? And of the 106 cases, only 23.6% scored a yes. Overall, the concerns were raised by the report, not assessing all individuals who may serve as caregivers, not assessing all household members, even those residing with relatives, not exploring all potential risk of safety concerns, not developing a safety plan or developing a safety plan that does not address all risks, not thoroughly assessing all individuals participating in the safety plan and relying on individuals to carry out and enforce the safety plan who are potentially incapable or unwilling to do so, not monitoring and potentially not updating safety plans. These are not minor flaws in the system, ladies and gentlemen. These are fundamental failures that should not be tolerated. The report also reveals several issues of concern relating to the lack of proper practices and procedures around child safety. Other noted concerns, issues of concern, employee workloads, which we know about, proper and effective training, supervisor caseworker relationships, mandated reports, concerns with OCFS or lack of understanding of their ability to share information, employee vacancies, staffing levels, lack of thoroughness of investigations, access availability and engagement in services for families, and access to medical records and information, prevention and abuse and neglect. This is a concerning list. All of these discouraging facts are on top of the fact that 2021 was a record-breaking year for child deaths. After all this time, these are all areas that have been brought to the attention of OCFS repeatedly, and the responses have always been the same. We're doing a good job and looking to improve. Whether it's another GOC investigation or Casey Family Services review, which was disappointing to many of us, legislative attempts to improve safety practices within OCFS, the ombudsman reporting again year after year that they still have difficulties and they still struggle with placing children in safe environments, or attempts to implement transparency, which is key within OCFS. And this is the leadership of OCFS vigorously opposes each and every one of those attempts. The broken system continues to prevail. With only 12 calendar days remaining until the second regular session of the 130th legislature, expecting this committee to come out with a major piece of legislation is probably not realistic. However, there are opportunities for us, even given the short time. There's a case on a regular basis, probably 3 or 4 times a week, were brought to my attention from calls around the state about dangerous situations for children. The only reason they call me is because they've seen my name here or there. They call other people too. But the most recent one was 3 days ago, and it was an infant was placed in a home. And if I showed you the picture of that house, you would not believe it. You would think that not even any human, or even maybe you would want animals living there. And So I would suggest we look at that issue carefully. It's not the first time that's just been brought to my attention. I have a picture of the house that was, and others do too, I think, a picture of this house where this infant was placed. So I think we could do something legislatively that would say that prior to OCFS placement of a child on an on-site visit must be made by OCFS, and it must be completed, and it must have a written assessment of the physical and safety conditions of the proposed location. Now, somebody in the department may tell you, oh, we always go. Well, in this case, caseworker said, yes, they went. Supervisor said, no, they didn't. So obviously no one went, because if you saw those conditions, you would not want anybody living there. The other piece of legislation I think that this committee could still do would be to create a task force. We've had, again, we had 25 deaths of children who were where the Department of OCFS had involvement in the household, and when these kids died or prior to their death. We need to do something to examine why that happened. We need to find out in each and every case, how could that possibly be? And remember, this didn't include the deaths in June of 21, in August and November. So to go home and leave that issue dangling, how could we not put our foot down and say, we have to find out why this happened? Why was that? Why were we able to have that many deaths with children that are associated with the department? After all these years, I think it's time. I've kind of come to the point where I don't believe that I've done a good job. I think we all could probably look in the mirror and say we could have done better. I could have done better, certainly. I'll take as much or more blame as anybody. I've been around longer, so it rests with me as maybe more than any of you, but we can't just continue on. We can't walk back, can't go back to whatever we do every day and say, well, we hope that this will, we hope we've done something, and we've done a couple of things, but nothing to the magnitude that we should. So after all these years with the many reviews and investigations of OCFS, it should be clear to the public, to the media and the legislature, that we need to stop blaming the caseworkers. We need to stop blaming the frontline workers because of all these identified problems. The systemic failures within OCFS rest squarely at the feet of the OCFS leaders and their associates. And it's time we said that. And it's time we said enough is enough. After you take away all the fluffy language and the well-groomed excuses, nothing has changed to protect these children, and children are still dying. We have a lot more to do, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope that we can not end when our session ends. I hope we can do more and much more before more children die needlessly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Diamond. Questions or comments for Senator Diamond? And I see Senator Timberlake has both of his hands up. Senator Timberlake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to first, Mr. Chair, thank you for keeping this on the agenda and moving it forward. Senator Diamond, number one, you shouldn't take the blame, because I think you brought this more to the forefront than any other person I know over the last few years that I've been involved in the legislature. So let me say, first of all, thank you for that, and thank you for mentoring me a little bit in this subject. But with all that being said, it comes to the questions, and we're supposed to ask questions. And as I read your report, and I hope you stay with us to the end, because Mr. Chair, I would ask that in the end that we could talk to Senator Diamond again, because I would like to hear, after we listen to some other testimony, because I have had numerous people contact me because of my passion for this issue, that what is our solution? Because I don't think that Senator Diamond is right, that we can walk away from this legislative session this year without doing something to address this situation. And Senator Diamond, I believe that you do have some things that we could do, but I would like to have you listen to some of the other people testify before I actually ask you those questions, Mr. Chair, are you good with that, bringing Senator Diamond back later on?
If there's no objection from the committee, I'm fine with that. Seeing no objection, I think that would be welcome. Senator Diamond has the time.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you. Be happy to.
Then I will stop here bothering you and we'll proceed with the rest of the hearing. And Senator, I look forward to hearing from you in the end.
I'll be here.
Thank you, Senator Timberlake. Perhaps I should have offered this at the beginning, but as everyone knows, we're operating under a very compressed timeline. Somewhat unusual for us to be trying to tackle such a large issue in so few days. I feel like we still have time in the session to try and make progress on addressing concerns in the OPECA report that may not have been adequately addressed so far in the suite of bills that have been moving forward. I know we've got members of the HHS committee with us in the waiting room. I'd welcome their testimony following Senator Diamond's if they would like to help us talk through their feedback on these issues. Since I've been chair, I've tried to promote a policy of this committee working with OPECA to do the analysis work and pushing the policy creation work to the various committees of the legislature, because that's their role. I'm not suggesting the GOC committee create legislation to address OCFS now, but I'm also concerned with the timing of when we wrap up our session, and there are some gaps that remain, and we need to figure out collectively how to address them. So I welcome conversation from HHS members and committee members and Senator Diamond and others on how we make progress on that goal that I think we all share. So with that, I will call on Representative Arata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Diamond, for your testimony. One of the jobs of the Government Oversight Committee is to deem reports complete. In your view, is this report complete?
No, it isn't. And it's not at anyone's fault. It's not complete because I don't think they had time. I think that was even mentioned in the presentation of the report. It was difficult to cover the areas. I referenced a couple places in there where they kind of took a jump ahead just to save time. So I think it's not completed. I think more could happen on the child safety, obviously. I think we need to find out and talk more probably with individuals who work in that system, foster parents, daycare people who have to work directly, school people who work directly with OCFS, and many have struggled. So I think there's much more information there to be examined, and I think it probably will take some more time, but I think it'd be worth every minute.
And among the things we should study, do you include the 25 deaths that need to be looked at a little more deeply?
Absolutely. That was my second suggestion for if we're going to do some type of create some legislation, that we delve into that and find out why. There could be a wealth of information that would be revealed that would clearly show us how we can make that system so much better. We're flying blind because we don't see inside of OCFS. We don't see what goes on. All we get is the results, and we don't get those results until after this child has died and has been a trial. Unfortunately, there's a lot of kids, and thank God they haven't died, but we won't know about them until they do. We won't know their names. So yes, I think that if we could find out more details about those deaths and the reason why and where the system failed, just as we did with Marissa Kennedy in that trial, and also with Kendall Chick in that trial. And I suspect we will with Maddox Williams in October in his trial. So yeah, I think we definitely need to find out. That's where we'll unlock a lot of information for this committee, HHS committee, and the legislature and the public.
Thank you. I'm all set.
Thank you. Further questions or comments for Senator Diamond? Okay. Senator Diamond, you noted in your testimony some statistics from the report particularly around risk assessment, safety assessment, and quality of caseworker visits with a child. Before reading the reports, I would have thought 80% or 90% of hitting quality metrics would be a department moving in the right direction. But when you see statistics like 14%, 23%, 34% hitting the safety and quality metrics, simple math would suggest that 2 out of 3 kids are not being served well by this department. This strikes eerily familiar to me how the conversation went 4 years ago. What do you make of this?
Something is trying to grab us all by our ears and shake us and say, look, what more evidence do we all need to see that this system is drastically failing? And when you see those kind of reports, a third, you see 23.6 and you see 14%, these are striking. When I read those, when I heard them the first time, and I said there must be a mistake or I'm not interpreting correctly, went through it and studied it, and it was like being hit with the 2x4 right between my eyes, because it was like, how much more do we need to be told before we will do something meaningful and make some significant changes? Because if we don't, we could be facing another record year of deaths in 22. And then what would we say to ourselves? I mean, I would feel terrible that haven't done that we all, and again, I'm as much blamed as anybody. And again, because of my time, probably more. But the fact is, we can't ignore any more of these lightning strikes in terms of information and evidence that's before us. So what I make of it, Mr. Chair, is we have an opportunity. Not only that, we have an absolute must. We must do something sooner than later.
Senator Diamond, do you feel like if we adjourn the legislative session, having enacted the suite of bills currently before us, and then we go home for the summer, are you satisfied that we have addressed the needs, or do you think more needs to be done?
I think more needs to be done. I think we, even though we tweaked some things, we helped with the ombudsman. We've got a report coming every 3 months on OCFS, but I think basically those are tweaks. The ombudsman, I think, is substantial. The others, I think, are basically tweaks, and I think that I would feel like maybe not total failure, but certainly if you measure it against what we should and could have done, I would say it would be a failure.
Thank you. Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Diamond, again, I want to echo what others have said. You've been an inspiration to me as I've been thinking about this issue and contemplating it and trying to struggle with it. And your leadership has been remarkable, and I thank you for it. I wanted to, you said something in your testimony which really resonated, many things which resonated, one of which, though at the heart of it, you said that it is time that we recognize that this failure lies squarely at the feet of the OCFS leaders. A leadership failure of this magnitude is breathtaking. I wonder, and perhaps it's an unfair question, do we need to change the leadership? What should we be looking for from these leaders specifically, perhaps new leaders in this area? What kind of leadership do we need on the executive side? And what is standing in the way of some pretty competent people on paper getting that leadership role right?
I would go as far as to say that I think the leadership at least has to change attitude, has to change the culture within that office. I'm not. I've been a bureaucrat for 8 years with over 400 people under me, and I think there's a lot goes into when you get to the point of replacing. I'm not talking about that. In fact, Senator Bennett, I've gone out of my way not even to point fingers that you could even be described as someone or fall to someone. I'm done with that. I've had enough of it, and so I think there needs to be a change in the culture. There needs to be a change in the willingness to have transparency. Transparency is absolute must. We need people in there that will open it up and say, come on in, and here's our problems. We admit we've failed. We admit we've got trouble. We admit we're not doing a good job. Let's find a way to do it. But until they're willing to make that, to admit that, to look it in the eye and say, fixing this is much more important than covering myself, making myself or covering myself from looking bad. I think that's what we need to do. We need to change that attitude, that culture, and that willingness to open up and accept this committee, HHS committee, and others to come in and be involved with it and not be so restrictive. Until that's happened, or if that's not going to happen, then we're not going to get better. And if it's not going to happen, then I think more serious discussions need to be made by those who have the ultimate responsibility here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator DeChambeau.
All right, thank you. I'm glad to follow Senator Bennett because I had that same train of thought of, and I wrote it down, systemic failure. And I want you to know that as a caseworker in a facility that is a state facility, and for decades, I've seen up and down, but when I looked at these statistics, and again, thank you, Senator Diamond and Senator Libby for pointing that out, 11%, 29%. I immediately go to think about the caseworkers, the lowest people in the totem pole, let's say, or the first line of hard workers. That is so discouraging for them to see that, because they go out every single day and do the best they can, I am sure. It's a revelation. Some will say, I knew that, but it does not feel good. And you've got to have the backing of your immediate supervisors anyways. And I hate to even think that that's not happening, but I want to relate a time when it was the commissioner himself and the leaders of the institutions that set the bar high for goals and monitored that weekly. And we felt better about our jobs. We were producing, we had good statistics, but that's where I say systemic failure. There's a disconnect somewheres. So I just want to, and I thank whoever said it, that this is not a caseworker problem or the front end line staff. This stuff stops from the top. And so I just wanted to share that. And if those of you didn't think of that, the line staff, to see those statistics, I'm sure bothers them greatly. I don't recall really reading, I think there was a survey with caseworkers, but they've got to have a voice too and not fear saying really what the issues are. So I'll look at that again, because I don't recall seeing that. There's more to it than just focusing with the top, although that seems to be the place to go. So thank you for letting me say this.
Senator DeChambeau, just quickly, once you get a chance to, I think if you can get a chance to talk with those people, not the caseworkers, but more importantly, in this case, maybe the people who are dealing with the department, the OCFS, I think you'll find also that they understand caseworkers are struggling under the system, but it's the system that they're under that's the problem, not them themselves. And it's time we said that. So thanks for that.
Thank you. Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Senator Diamond. So I'm interested in exploring a little bit more the transparency issue. I know when we started looking at this issue, and for many years, I have expressed concerns like you that the system is so closed from start to finish. and so much is at the discretion of the department, which, as you say, really means leadership within the department. So do you have any suggestions on how we make things more transparent? Do we have to look at, is it the disclosure law? Is it other areas? I mean, what are your thoughts on what we need to look at or change in order to make the system more transparent?
Thank you, Senator Bailey. There are a couple of things. First off, the confidentiality that's used to keep information from us is really not consistent. And if you check the statutes, and I'm not an attorney, but I've asked others too, there's really no place in there that says some of this information regarding the involvement of OCFS when there's a death or a terrible beating. So I think the confidentiality could be looked at. That really would be helpful. Again, I think it's used off and on. When I was on GOC, we reviewed the Kendall Chick Mercer Kennedy thing, and that was all public. We had a public report on it before the trials, so we know it can be done. It's just a matter of maybe make it more clear in the statutes. The other thing that I think we can do, which would be very revealing, is if they would be willing, they being the leadership at OCFS, to start with those 25 deaths because it's such a horrific number. How about sitting down with members of this committee, HHS committee, and others selected that would be appropriate, and sit down and let's go over each one and find out what happened here or there, and be willing to admit where that failure happened. Be willing to admit how that child died and what the involvement actually was. We know they're all involved with OCFS at some point prior to the death. So let's examine that. That could be Exhibit A right through the entire process. So I think that's be very revealing. I doubt they'd be willing to do that. They'll use confidentiality or other sorts of things. But if they were willing to, that would be helpful to everybody, including to them, because we all could help them do a better job. And so those are two quick things, Senator, that I would think that we could do. The confidentiality, and let's go in. We got evidence right before us now. These children, unfortunately, are now dead. And what can we do to examine how that happened?
So thank you. You also mentioned a task force, and I know that we did recently just pass a joint resolution. I think that's going to the study table. But I'm wondering your thoughts on, this seems like such a systemic problem in so many different areas. Do you think a task force is needed, or do we need some sort of more permanent commission?
I think I would think right off the top of my head, just as we started with the Computer Crime Unit Task Force, that's when the Computer Crime Unit was actually started, and it was to deal with white collar crime and all of that. Then it became the prominent tool to fight child pornography and arrest of predators, and all of that goes with it. That gradually went into from a task force to a unit. And I think that could be a model that we could have here. We could start with a task force that would really examine closely, have the ability to go in and see what's happening with this OCFS. If we ever did that, that would be a huge, huge victory for the kids, because for the first time, we would have somebody who was authorized to actually go into that OCFS and see what's happening. Again, when there's a death, deal with the reasons why, check out the failures, document those. And if that task force was productive and useful as a Computer Crime Unit task force was, then it becomes a full-fledged force, an on-duty kind of a watchdog for that particular group. The watchdog of GOC is wonderful. It's just you have your hands full with so many pieces that the best you can do is to do what you're doing now. But yeah, I would say the task force start, and if it works, we transfer it into a unit.
Thank you.
Senator Timberlake.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. We got deeper into this than I thought we was going to at this point in time, so I was going to wait more to the end. But Senator Diamond, you and I have had lots of conversations over the last month, and some of the conversations that we have that you've come out with in your overall report today, as I look through it, is that it just seems to be that no matter where we go, one group covers up for another group that covers up for another group. That, you know, I called it like it was the first day I ever testified on here. I didn't think, I don't think anybody's intentionally trying to break the law or but everybody's trying to protect their friend down the line. And I personally think it's time, and I think you think it's time that we stop this, and we got to figure out a way to get there. And I think it's up to this committee, and I want to know if you think it's up to this committee, that no matter what we do, we may have to take the bull by the horns here. And if that means that this committee is going to have to meet more than once a month or once every 2 weeks to get this job done in the next few days, then we need to do it. Because you and I both know of a case within the last 3 or 4 days that's very concerning to all of us. You know, and why are we going to wait till the next death happens before all of us gather around this horseshoe again, or this committee again? I think the GOC needs to take the bull by the horns. I think the Department of Health and Human Services Committee has done everything within its power, but folks, we have the power, and I think Senator Diamond, you agree, we have the power to subpoena or do whatever else we need to do to get to the bottom of this situation. And when you read what you presented to us today and what the Casey people presented to us, it's disturbing. Do you believe at this point in time that we're going to have to take a stronger stance, and we may have to meet a little more to get this job done?
Well, I'm certainly not going to dictate how many times you meet. I understand what you're saying. I think I agree with your point that I mean, we really, if this committee decided they wanted to create a unit, a mechanism, or something that would start work and get into any of these crevices and find out what's really happening and what the reasons are for these kids dying, I think the opportunity is for the committee to do it. If you think that's something you want to take on, I would applaud you if you did. I would think that would be taking a step that would probably be unexpected, probably unprecedented. And I think that would be something that certainly is warranted. But again, I don't pretend to get inside of what you all do and your responsibilities and other things. But if you ever decided to do that, that would be huge in terms of the impact and the statement you'd be making.
And Mr. Chairman, continue. Well, I think it's been unprecedented times, and we've had basically 31 child deaths in the last year. That's unprecedented times in its own right. And so I think it's time we do something unprecedented. And this is neither a Republican or a Democrat nor an independent or any other issue. This is children's issues. And I know every single one of you on this meeting care about children as much as I do. But when you think of a little 10-day-old baby being put in places that it probably shouldn't be put, it's very concerning to me, and yet it's still happening today, this morning. Somebody's got to look into this, and we keep asking for it to be done, and it isn't done. And I'm going to ask at the end of this meeting for you to all to keep this into thought, that I think it's time that we all as a group together have to make a stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Timberlake. Further comments or questions for Senator Diamond? Seeing none, thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the committee. I really appreciate the time you took. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any legislators who are in the attendee waiting room who wish to make comments at this time? If so, please raise your electronic hand. And I see Senator Claxton has his hand raised. I'm going to try to move Senator Claxton into the room. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to a difficult and important conversation. I have a couple of things I'd like to share. Having done lots of improvement work in large organizations over the years, in my instance, it's been hospitals. The real goal is to put the people who are doing the important work in a position to be successful. And with that in mind, I don't think we can be successful accomplishing what we want to in OCFS if we're constantly down 30 caseworkers and 4 or 5 supervisors. I trust the caseworkers want to do the right thing. I'm not convinced they're put in position to be able to do the right thing consistently. And that's what bubbles up as underperformance in the areas that Senator Diamond mentioned or alluded to. So I think that's the first thing. I think we have to respect that the caseworkers are doing what they can, but we need to put them in a better position to be successful. And that involves hiring more people. I don't care if Mahatma Gandhi is the chair of the department. It's not going to make a difference if the people who are doing the work aren't in a position to be successful. And I think that means both caseworkers and supervisors. We trust that they're doing the right job, but you need to also be able to verify that they're doing the right job. And that doesn't seem to be happening. The other thing I want to flag is that I read the fatality rates in a different manner than some. And by my count, there were 32 deaths in the last 15 years that have been classified. There are the 5 outstanding, which we know will go into that category. So that's 37 deaths in 15 years. That's more than we'd hoped for. That's more than we all would like to see happen. But it's never going to be 0 consistently because these are human organizations. So let's be clear about what numbers we're talking about and not make an already terrible issue worse. There is lots to be done to protect our kids, but that work will never be done. I mean, there's going to be a need for GOC and HHS to be looking at child protective forever. It's just the nature of having human beings involved as being parents and guardians. So I do appreciate the work that the committee has done in terms of putting together the 5-page summary of the recommendations out of the OPEGA report and where we stand. I think the addition of the nighttime shift for caseworkers will help unload the existing caseworker demand, and that will help. I think hiring paralegals into our system to take over some of the case filings and court filing work will help a little bit. But again, we need 30 more people in working during the day. And until that happens, we're not going to be successful. Several of the bills that have been passed in the session are already signed into law. And I agree that the Office of the Child Welfare Ombudsman has been significantly expanded and codified, and I look forward to their doing playing a more expanded role in this work. So those are just some of the things I wanted to feature, but I do think that the work that your committee has done and the work that the staff has done really helps focus these conversations. And for that, I'm quite grateful. I think personally, I'll be looking for ways to maybe amend some of the bills that have not been passed through the legislature and gone on for signature to see if we might make those more substantial in addressing some of the unmet recommendations from both Casey and OPECA. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. Questions or comments for Senator Claxton? Senator, you commented on the 5-page summary that OPECA put together that shows findings of the report, and then alongside of it, bills that may or may not address those findings. Are you saying that you'd be open to floor amendments to address these gaps and that we develop them in the next few days? Did I hear you correctly?
Absolutely. I'll to make a difference in the remaining time.
Great. And do you think that process would be facilitated sort of informally with conversations between chairs and leads of both committees, or do you suggest we have GOC convene over a few days this coming week, or your committee coming back in for more work understanding?
I was going to wait. I was going to wait and see what came out of these conversations to see if they're clearly, easily defined changes, or whether they're more, whether they're larger and require a greater momentum.
Great, thank you. And then my final question for you, Senator, and I appreciate your joining in this conversation, but I agree with your point that the caseworker vacancy piece is fundamental to these ongoing problems. However, I also agree with the sentiment of Senator Diamond, Senator Timberlake, and others that something else is going on. And I'm concerned that we are going to continue to see high vacancy rates that have more or less been the same for the last 4 or 5 years. I think I've asked a few times for vacancy information from the office, but we approved a slew of new caseworker positions during the LePage administration and felt like that was going to address some of those systemic issues. And now we're sort of in the same boat here again, where we've authorized new positions, but we've got an even tighter labor market. And I sort of don't have a ton of confidence that OCFS is going to be able to fill those positions, even if we fund them and increase the hourly rates significantly. Do you have any comment on that sticky issue?
Yes, absolutely. In terms of putting the caseworkers in a position to be successful, that includes adequate training, that includes adequate supervision. The numbers are easy to measure, and you're right, they've been static over years at a 30 person vacancy rate. So, but that's training, it's supervision, and it's whatever else needs to be done to help them be successful, because I think that will help hiring and retention. If you can have people feel at the end of the day that they've done with a reasonable number of hours the kind of work that they want to do, then you're going to get a much better outcome than if you give too few people too much to do in too many hours, and it can't be done right. So I see it as part of a global hiring and retention process. That's not just, you can't quantitate it in terms of numbers. You have to look at terms of work satisfaction and continue to hear from the people doing the work about what's in the way of their doing the work they want to do.
Thank you. I see 3 members in the queue. So it'll be Senator Timberlake, followed by Representative Fay, followed by Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you said a lot of what I was going to say more eloquently than probably I would have said it. So I thank you for that. But one of the questions I had for you, Senator Claxton, was, can you tell me the vacancy rate in caseworkers today in the department?
I don't know what it is today. I haven't looked up the numbers. Last I looked, it was 33.
So we're going to approve 30 more, but we still got 33 sitting there today that are vacant.
There's 33 day shift positions that are vacant, and there's 16 plus some supervisory help that are coming on to do the night shift work, or have been allocated to do night shift work, not hired.
Because the thing that I think we should all draw our attention to, and I wondered if you'd drawn your attention to it, is the caseworker surveys who have left and why they'd left. And a lot of that points back to the supervisors, the supervisory positions. This, and the people that I have talked to in the field, and some will be testifying today later on, all come back that the caseworker isn't necessarily the problem. It's the backup they're getting from their supervisor in the supervisory positions. And so my concern is the caseworkers, we could put 100 more caseworkers out there. And if our supervisors and the people they're working for are not taking their backs and doing their job, then we haven't done anything. And when I hear you talk today, there's 33 positions during the day and 16 positions during the night. If we put, so we make that 66 next week when the law comes into effect, what have we really done when we haven't even got a full caseload as we sit there today? So again, we get back to where do we get to the stem of this problem? The stem of this problem isn't necessarily the caseworker. The stem of this problem goes all the way back to whoever is in charge at the beginning. And I'm not looking to put blame. I'm looking to find a solution to a problem. We may disagree on the counts, but I think there's 143 cases that have been put forward since 2017 or somewhere in there. 140 cases in 2011 to 2017 is 143 cases. No matter what we do, that's an overstep. And we can't continue to say, well, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. We need to take a drastic step, Senator. And I think that we need to have your help in your committee. And both of these committees, I think, need to work together. The GOC and the DHHS. I think we need to work. I've done a lot of things over my 12 years in the legislature of where committees have met together and we've worked together and deliberated together. And I'm not convinced that we're not there. What say you?
And for me, it comes back, Senator, to the issue of putting people in a position to be successful. And I think the caseworkers bear the brunt of that work. And that's why I started with them. But I don't think it's any less so that the supervisors have to be put in a position to be successful with fewer caseworkers to supervise and more supervisors doing that work. So I think we agree on that. I don't know how much impact leadership has on the performance of the supervisors and the caseworkers. And I think that's a place to ask hard questions and try and get some answers.
Thank you. Representative Fay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Senator Claxton, for being willing to have this conversation. I guess I'm thinking about an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure here. And while it may be just a touch outside of the scope of the conversation around what's happening in OCFS, I'd really be interested in, because we're now talking about how do we solve this problem, in what the committee has been working on in terms of how do we even prevent kids from getting into this place in the first place? Are there bills that can help families before we even get to this position, or even once we get there? I'd love to know a little bit more about that.
Well, you're talking to a family physician, and it's all about prevention for me, starting from prenatal. That's been my world for 40 years before I took on this other job. So yes, and I think I've spoken to the committee before about primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention. A lot of the focus gets, the light gets shined on what happens when the system fails. And I think that's an incredible opportunity to learn backwards about what went wrong or where there were other opportunities. But there are quite a number of things that are on the table, the AFA table, that are being discussed now, some of which I think are being rolled into the budget already. LD 432 is an important part of that, as is LD 582 and 496. Those are all primary prevention bills, and those put people in a position to help families as they begin to struggle, as opposed to after they've been struggling so badly that OCFS has to think about foster placement. There's also primary prevention involved in increasing CHIP coverage. That's LD 372. That would provide health insurance for folks between 200 and 300% of the federal poverty level. That would give those kids access to resources that they don't now have. That's preventative. So too is the work about the early childhood consultation, LD 533. That is a voluntary program for folks who had identified that their kids are struggling either behaviorally or academically and want to help them in that regard. There's also been some work, LD 1748, which would be federally financed through block grant, improves job training and educational opportunities for those who are TANF recipients to help them remove poverty as an obstacle in their helping their family. And then beyond that, there's the things that are secondary, and we've talked about LD 393, which expands the home builders and parents as teachers programs. It supplements the kinship budget because so many more of our people are in, so many of our children are in kinship foster care. So that would add to that, and it would give a coordinator to the department for pulling all these programs together as a program manager. So that's an important part of the process. And then we've already passed the assertive community treatment services, which will help families and individuals. And LD 1853, which involves the quarterly reports to HHS and OCFS, is a step towards accountability. And I understand the argument that it's not enough, but it is a step in that direction. And I think we can add to the list of things we want to hear about every 3 months as we go through that process. My plan would be to send to OCFS a month before the hearing in June and then again in September, a list of questions that have to be answered that go beyond what's in statute. So that's a long-winded answer to involvement of a number of different bills that are currently either on the AFA table or being rolled into the budget or having already been passed, and some that are still being considered. I didn't mention 1824, which would put legal services in the hands of families as they bump up against OCFS. And I didn't mention 1825, which would make it, would institute a process whereby you couldn't work over a certain number of hours unless there was an emergency and you got an okay from your supervisor. So there's a range of bills out there. I didn't add them all up, but there's about 14 that have primary, secondary, or tertiary prevention involved in that work.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. I appreciate that answer. And I think it's important to think about, the continuum right from the beginning to the end, and we have to address the issues. Hopefully we'll be able to address the issues both from the end looking back and from the beginning looking forward.
I share that conviction that that's the right way to work it. And the issue then becomes how much, what's the balance in terms of resources and how to get the most benefit to our kids. And that's something that has to be negotiated over time and worked out over time and is going to change over time.
Thank you. Representative Stover, followed by Senator Bailey and Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to speak to some of the things that Senator Claxton mentioned and also go back to our concerns and discussion about vacancies, because that's been an ongoing discussion for as long as I've been part of this this session and the previous and in the previous in the 129th. And prior to the pandemic, I think we were in a much different situation. And this isn't about blaming a pandemic. A pandemic happened. And I think when we finished the 129th, I remember because I had a bill particularly targeted towards addressing vacancy rates. And there were, I believe at that time, 15 vacancies. And then a pandemic happened. And we know that currently in the work assignments that there are 30 vacancies. And we know that in order to meet the caseload needs, we have the additional 30 positions that we need. And when we look at the bigger picture of that, we're really talking about a net need of 60 positions. I don't know where that workforce is coming from. I'm really hoping that we see a bunch of new graduates and probably maybe some community-based folks who want to come work for the state of Maine because, in my opinion, great employer. But in addition to that, in order to have new caseworkers, you have to have supervisory time and supervisors who are experienced. So it really is a systemic. I want to echo what Senator DeChambeau said. We have to support these caseworkers. They are the heart and soul. They are people, some of which I've known across my entire career, very caring, very dedicated group of people. But when you send the carpenter out to build the house and they don't have the right tools, the house doesn't get done the way or the timely way that we would want. In a similar way, we've got to fill these 60 positions and keep them filled. And to Representative Fay's question and concern, I think that at various times in our history, we've had a continuum of services, community-based services. And we've seen in a decade previous to this, a dismantling, if you will, of community-based care, whether we look at that being residential care or community-based services, including in mental health. And we've got to restore, we've made several efforts to restore mental health services to children. The pandemic has been a complicating and in some ways tragic part of our history, in many ways, tragic part of our history. But we do have to have prevention and a continuum of care that includes in-home, out-of-home, kinship, and all of those other pieces that have been discussed. But one other thing, which is supervisors who have the time to supervise these caseworkers, and they get pulled in so many different directions. And every time somebody leaves, it doesn't mean that the work stops. It means the workload gets shifted onto the remaining number of supervisors that are there. And I'm certainly not making any excuses. I'm just trying to use sort of a systemic framework in my own mind on how we help build and rebuild a system that has been understaffed and a community-based system of care that has been underfunded or unfunded for a long period of time. So I hope that we can work together. Both, I have a foot in each canoe because I serve on HHS as well. And I think government oversight and HHS can work together going forward to address some of these issues. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I might, my reference to 30 vacancies is sort of averaged over time. As Representative Stover has pointed out, it's varied between 12 to 15 and is now as high as 60. I wanted to flag that. And as part of the pandemic, I think we also have to recognize the aggravation, the additional complication of the opioid issue having gotten worse during the pandemic. And that's just further complicated the workload that's being given to OCFS. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I want to welcome a member who's joined us, Representative Millett. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry for the delay. Someone Millett, House District 71. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Bailey, followed by Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just thank you for being here, Senator Claxton. And we're glad to have Representative Stover as well from HHS. In regards to the vacancies, and this is my understanding, and I just would like you to comment, especially in terms of the new 16 night and weekend caseworkers. My understanding is that that is going to tap into a different group of caseworkers, if you will, because of the hours and the work. And I can say in my 30 years working on these cases, I can remember when they used to have night and weekend only workers. And in particular, I remember one caseworker who did that, who told me, she loved doing that. She loved just coming in, triaging. To me, it sounded a lot like, there are healthcare workers who love working in the emergency room, who just love coming and triaging and then moving the patient on. And then there's healthcare workers who love doing family practice and staying with a patient long-term and helping them get better. And those are two different type of workers. Am I right in that? And if so, it makes me, I'm not so concerned about being able to fill those 16 slots for nights and weekends, because I think we're going to pull some people in who are now out of the workforce because there isn't that option. But your thoughts?
Yes, I appreciate that, and my thoughts went immediately to nursing, as you mentioned, that it's a lot easier for some people to work nights, especially with the dearth of childcare during the day. If you've got somebody home at the house at night covering for you, then you could pick up a shift then. So I am hoping that pool of available people is big enough to staff those slots. If it is, then that'll offload some of the more onerous and efforts that caseworkers have to make on top of their already busy week schedules. So I'm quite hopeful about that. I think that's why we have to ask the question every quarter: how's it coming? How's it going? What are we doing? That's an important piece of it. And if you can offload some of that work from the day shift, then you'll make that job more doable and more attractive. So they're all hooked together. If there was more available daycare, it'd be easier to recruit people too. But you have to make the job doable.
Thank you. Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Claxton, great to see you. I really value your perspective immensely here, both because of your public service work, but equally because of your long career, distinguished career as a family physician. I wanted to explore what Representative Fay was getting to a little bit as well, but I think about people in my community, police departments, school districts, child health workers, my wife who worked in child health as an OT. I note in the report there's 25,000 reports a year that have to be assessed and vetted by the child welfare. And often the people that report these are professionals, caring people who see it like you have in your career, I'm sure, at-risk families, suspicions of bad things happening, dysfunction rampant and risky and dangerous for kids. And then, it goes into a report to the child welfare system, and it kind of becomes a black box for some of those community folks who are in a position to help and not only identify the at-risk families, but also to maybe help provide support in the community. And I'm wondering your perspective about, on that prevention side or that intervention side before the worst scenarios. What can we do there to better connect the communities and the people in the communities who are reporting these incidents and are in a position to follow through with support and intervention services? How do we get them better involved going forward to do that work beyond just like reporting an incident and never knowing what the department did with it and how it's being worked on? Do you have any perspectives on that?
Well, I have the personal perspective of having to make the CPS phone call a number of times in my career, and then being frustrated, wanting to know more. But that goes way beyond a lot of us, even on the committee. So yes, I share that personally. And I know there's a work group that's working with the AG and some of the stakeholders to try and figure out where the edges of what can be shared and can't be shared are. And I think those definitely need to be clarified, because that was one of the things that Senator Libby's been quite consistent and helpful with, is pointing out that a lot of it's communication and some of it's internal to the organization, and that doesn't require statute, that requires good leadership. But some of it is between stakeholder groups in the communities that could be the resources that you referenced, Senator Bennett. So we need to know where the edges of what can be shared between the department and the school system, and the school system and the police, and the police and the OCFS. Those are all things that need to be very clearly drawn and arguably put in statute, so everybody feels that they can operate within a known box with defined edges. Right now, it's an unknown box with ill-defined edges, and it makes it safer for the individual to not share information than it does for the kid who needs to have the information shared, which is unfortunate. So I think that's a place where I'm hoping to see some statute recommendations come out of that work group as it continues its regular meetings.
When might we see some recommendations, and how quickly can we act on those in your view?
I don't know where things stand in the AG's work. That's not been part of our discussion, so I'm not informed about that at all, so I can't speculate.
Okay,
But
thank
I'd
you.
be more than glad to contact the office in the next hour and ask that question.
I would welcome that, and Mr. Chairman, I would really value if our staff could follow up on that avenue as well and find out where that stands and see if we can make a priority on anything that they're working on. Thank you very much, Senator Claxton. I, again, value your perspectives immensely.
Thank you, sir. I'll copy the chairs and Lucia in that email when I get feedback.
Okay, thank you. Senator Claxton, you are welcome to stay. Also understand if you have other obligations that you need to attend to, but we thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, none that are more important than this morning. So I'll retire to attendee and be available for moving to attendee, if that would be helpful.
That would be great. Thank you, Senator. Are there any other legislators who would like to make comments at this time? If so, please raise your hand on Zoom. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands, so we'll move on to members of the public who are present to deliver testimony. And I have Tony DeMillo, followed by Melissa Hackett. I'm sorry, Tanya DeMillo. I am sorry, Tanya DeMillo. I read that incorrectly. So if staff could move Tanya over to the room. Good morning and welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Senator Libby and Representative McDonald, committee members. I would like to express my gratitude for your commitment to save and improve the lives of Maine's children. And to Senator Diamond, I would like to thank you for your courage and leadership in this time of need. You have honored and championed youth and families in Maine, and I am grateful. My name is Tanya DeMillo. I have over 20 years of experience in child welfare and juvenile justice services. I am appreciative of this opportunity to speak to child safety, and I remain very passionate about a collaborative effort that continues to work toward balance and protection of our children. This is an extraordinary time requiring extraordinary response and measure. I believe together we can reach our shared goals for youth to safely grow and develop to be who they are meant to be. The recent OPEGA report and briefing on Child Protective Service investigations confirms much of what we already know. Concerns remain of flawed child safety assessments and/or decision-making at critical moments during the investigations. We learned of inadequate training. We learned of internal decision-making process and an internal quality review process. We learned about the multiple use of risk and safety assessment and decision-making tools in every step of the investigation. However, sometimes, as evidenced by our grave child outcomes, such evidence-based tools and internal process may not be enough. I've come to believe, based in research and in my experience, the people missing from the table are the experts in whole child care. Such resources have the wisdom, training, and experience that will support each child in their safety, health, and well-being. These experts are often far removed from the decision-making, yet could be the most supportive. I believe creating a team of experts ranging from pediatrics and neuro, brain, and body, as well as youth champions such as coaches, may provide a lens that is specific and supportive to each child's safety and care. This team will see the whole child, supporting establishing safety and support their health and well-being through appropriate assessment and evaluation to understand each child's strengths and needs, especially their safety. In this way, every family system, biological, kinship, foster, or community-based care systems will know how to rise in response to each child, establishing safety by meeting their needs, ultimately supporting their growth and development. I believe this policy measure of creating a team or a council can also provide a compassionate space for accountability to such complex issues, to review the various stakeholder reports, recommendations, differences, and how to collectively reach appropriate standards of care and the best possible outcomes for our youth and their families. And I would like to end today by having or giving a good example is to see the evidence change. If you look up the Evidence Change website, which is currently utilized by OCFS, and then look at the Child Mind Institute. The first website focuses on important work, which is data and research-driven social justice issues. However, the second website focuses purely on the youth, and you will see what is missing today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. DeMillo. Are there questions or comments for Ms. DeMillo from committee members? Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. DeMillo, for being here. So you mentioned the decision-making tools and the assessment tools, and I think we here on the committee, myself included, have for a long time tried to find out what information goes into those tools, but it's a pretty closely guarded secret. Do you have any idea what information goes into those tools?
I believe it's evolved over many years, and I'm very concerned of what's in and on those tools, because I think it directly relates to decision making, which has already been flagged by the Child Ombudsman's Office, as well as the OPEGA report.
Right, and I agree. I mean, that's my concern, is that the tools don't seem to be working if we look at the results and the report we just received. But I'm not able to adequately assess that because, again, I don't know what information even goes into those tools. We see the results, but we're not able to, go behind the results. So I just didn't know if you had any more information about what information actually goes into those tools. And if you don't, that's fine. It's just you had raised it, so I thought I would ask.
It's a great question. I raise it because it's an obvious question to ask, because it directly correlates to the issue, which is around decision-making and safety, child safety. And in the OPEGA report, what was very helpful is that they brought us through the whole step by step, all the different tools that they're utilizing. They didn't tell us what the tools look like, but they told us they're using those tools to inform their decision.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. For members, I think the department sent over, and it's in part in your packet, in part in email, some information on the tool that we requested from the last meeting. The department is with us and will be able to talk through that with us as well. Further questions or comments from committee members for Ms. DeMillo, Senator DeChambeau?
I'm going to sound like I'm defending the Department of Health and Human Services. Everybody talks about tools. We had them we still have them in the Department of Corrections, and it's to assist you to make decisions. Prior to tools, you had to go with, you had 10 caseworkers and you see the same person, you come up with 10 different responses or evaluations of them. I would assume that Department of Human Services did not create these tools. These are nationwide validated tools that almost every maybe Department of Health and Human Services uses. And they are confidential. I've always been informed that they are, and especially of the questions you are being asked. You know, you don't even replicate those tools so that people know what the questions are going to be and already figure out what they're going to say so they can manipulate the tool in the response. That was one reason that it is highly confidential to let those out. But I just want to say that I don't think corrections or DHS are the only ones who use tools to evaluate and come to a decision. But then again, you might use a tool and it's black and white. You understand that this tool produces a report that you as the interviewer approve of and agree. But many times that's where the supervisor comes in and there's a give and take and a decision made. So and we in the Department of Corrections wanted to know, not Department of Corrections, Criminal Justice and Public Safety wanted to know about the tools. And we received a response from the Attorney General's office that it is confidential. So you might want to pursue that also. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Further comments or questions for Ms. DeMillo? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
We'll bring it into the meeting room, Melissa Hackett. And Ms. Hackett will be followed by Mike Manny. Morning, Ms. Hackett.
Morning, Senator Libby, Representative Stover, and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Melissa Hackett. I'm a policy associate with the Maine Children's Alliance. I'm also the coordinator for the Maine Child Welfare Action Network. I'm here today to offer our support and suggestions for actions in response to the OPEGA report. High workloads and the impact on thoroughness of investigations has been identified as a key concern in recent years by multiple entities. OCFS already provides an annual workload analysis to the legislature. Despite recent reports indicating deficits of 42 and then 33 caseworkers, no specific legislative action was taken to provide funding for more caseworkers or to otherwise address workload. The legislature should pursue a mechanism for funding to hire additional caseworkers based on this annual report. In addition, OCFS should enact an extension to the 35-day timeframe for investigation and report back to the committee on implementation to ensure workers have adequate time to conduct thorough assessments. We appreciate the work OCFS and the administration have done to prioritize funding for child emergency services staffing in the supplemental budget. Legislators should support this and request OCFS report on progress and any challenges in staffing this unit. To address practice concerns, OCFS should expand existing quality assurance to incorporate continuous quality improvement processes, involving workers at all levels and ongoing practice improvement. This will ensure caseworkers and supervisors timely communicate feedback and learning. We urge OCFS to survey caseworkers following completion of the new foundations training not captured in this report. OCFS leadership should also consider modification of workload caseload for new workers as an investment in good casework practice and learning in the field. Ongoing and meaningful communication between the department and community providers is essential to an effective child welfare system. OCFS should continue to work with providers to establish information sharing protocols. An oversight body should also survey mental health and substance use treatment providers, also not captured in this report, to assess any challenges in collaboration and communication with OCFS. This committee should further investigate services for families, including availability, mapping, and barriers to access. We urge members to support legislation to bolster the availability of supportive services for families, namely LD 1850 and behavioral health investments in the change package. Investing in prevention should reduce demand on child protective services. Yet there is currently no statewide plan for preventing child maltreatment and a lack of information regarding coordination and effectiveness of efforts. We urge members to support LD 393, which proposes a new position in the Commissioner's Office to oversee child welfare reform and prevention efforts. Finally, Maine has statutory language limiting prevention and supportive services to, quote, available funding. We urge legislators to consider what it means to restrict our commitment to preventing child abuse and neglect, trauma, and family separation in this way. Federal resources are largely directed downstream. A collective sustained commitment of state resources is needed to prevent maltreatment and support families in safely staying together. We thank the committee in continuing to explore ways to improve the way our child welfare system supports the Maine children, youth, and families it is meant to serve. Thank you. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hackett. Questions or comments from committee members from Ms. Hackett? I have a couple of questions. You had suggested appointing a high-level person in OCFS to manage reform efforts. Was that idea kicked around at HHS? HHS committee?
Yes, it was, Senator Limmy. Thank you for the question. There was discussion about this position. I would add that the position was based on a position that was previously in place during the last round of significant child welfare reform during 2001 to 2011, and was really instrumental in having a focus on prevention and coordination across agencies. And really, we believe that, given the report, given the conversation you all were having today, it's such a great discussion that you're having about prevention, intervention, and child protection and safety, really asking somebody at a high level to hold all of that work and make sure that there's a focus on that. That's what we're looking for in that position.
And was that advanced as part of the suite of bills, or was that put on a back burner?
That position is as proposed in LD 393 this session. There are multiple pieces in that bill, and that is one of them.
Great, thank you. I found your testimony very helpful. There are a number of points I'd encourage members to revisit as part of our conversations this morning. Are there any further questions or comments for Ms. Hackett? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you all for the work you're doing and the discussion you're having. Really appreciate the focus on this really important issue.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mike Manny followed by Betsy Grant. Good morning.
Good morning,
Mr.
Senator Libby and staff. Thank you very much for allowing me to testify. Senator Diamond, Senator Timberlake. This was going to go a totally different direction until after listening to all of you. My case and complaints against DHHS has gone on for years. And let me tell you, the system's not just broken, it's broken a lot further than I think a lot of you think. A lot of you brought up managers and, you know, trying to get new caseworkers. I have an example of where my son has missed meds for way too long, where his doctor actually called in a medical neglect, and he was suicidal at one point and homicidal. And I actually have a caseworker, Eric Blumenthal, who actually came over and said why the last caseworker didn't do it. His exact words: "We don't like being told what to do," is why they didn't investigate it. And he said that came directly from his manager. I have it on tape. That's disturbing. And you can't dispute something that came out of someone's mouth like that. This isn't the first, this isn't the second, this isn't the third. I tape these conversations. I have offered these tapes up for years. Nobody wants to hear them. But guys, this system isn't just broken inside DHHS. It goes much further. It goes to the school systems. The school systems don't even want to make reports anymore. They say, what's the use? They don't listen. The school principal has made reports. They say, Mike, why bother calling? They don't care. The school superintendent has said the same thing over and over and over again. I'll call them. They're not going to do a damn thing about it. It's a waste of a phone call. I have a counselor that was actually told, and I have a private email, and for her protection, I'm not going to say who it is, that was told by her manager, I'll give you the company, Sweetser, don't make a report, don't get involved. We need to stay neutral. We need to stay neutral when she has medical neglect concerns. We need to stay neutral. This isn't just Sweetser. This goes to Spurwink. This goes to everyone. This goes back to Acadia Hospital, where not only was I accosted, my daughter was accosted. They actually claimed they called the police. They did not. Found out afterwards it's because they wanted to cover themselves on it. This system is beyond broken, where, you know, Senator Timberlake said, basically everybody's in a cover your, you know what stage. This is exactly what's going on. When I confronted Acadia Hospital about checking into my son's well-being and welfare afterwards, they said, oh, of course we've been checking into him. He's fine. He's on his meds. He's doing everything. Turned out he hadn't been on his meds for 5 months, which I knew in advance. But of course, I just wanted to set him up, wanted to get a phone call. Then when I dropped the bomb on them that he had not been on his meds for 5 months and that they were being recorded, that conversation ended very quickly. No one follows up. No one followed up on any of it. And DHHS knew all of this, didn't care. They claim that they care. They claim they follow up. They do not. My children lived in a place since this past June with no water. No water. Anybody's response? Nothing. They were dealing back and forth between Connecticut saying who had jurisdiction. My ex moved them back to Maine in June. Maine had jurisdiction. Eric Blumenthal's the person that handled it. And the report had said he found nothing wrong. He found nothing wrong. I can show you guys a photograph of dishes piled up like you've never seen. There was zero water. My children had not showered. The principal knew it. He tried making reports. What was the use? They had no jackets. And when I tell you no jackets, nothing. I had to go run to the school, buy them all new clothes, buy them everything. I'm fighting disability. They did not care. But when you have a child that had to be on meds and was going through and constantly getting medical neglect charges from his doctor calling in, and they're ignoring them because they don't like being told what to do, those were his exact words. I went as far up as contacting Scott Perkins. I'm not the only one that did. An old friend of mine did, and my counselor did. You know what the response was? That he had the 800 number neglect line, call him back. That was the response. So I sent out a letter to a lot of people. Bill Diamond got it. He knows what's going on. They claim that they never received any of this information. My ex is also involved in some pretty shady stuff with the outlaws that Homeland Security got involved in. It's not pretty, guys. It goes worldwide. The judge sent a letter back the other day that DHHS wants to know who's the law enforcement agency that's involved in the case. Well, that's funny because those emails have been floating around for a long time. She was using my daughter's name. At the time, my daughter was 8 years old. 8 years old to do criminal activities. 8 years old. DHS says they don't know anything about it. Well, that's funny because everybody knows about it. And the Attorney General of the United States is involved in it. I was told to keep it quiet for a while. Then I was told just tell everybody. DHS, I hope you're listening because you know about it. And they lied again. Cover up after cover up after cover up after cover up. By the way, the children are with me. I went and took them. Found out that my daughter had been complaining about having sinus issues for a while, which I knew 2.5 years ago. It was recommended that her tonsils would be taken out. So she complained 2 weeks ago. So I took her in for an emergency appointment at a walk-in clinic, got her into a ear, nose, and throat. You guys all know how difficult that is to get an emergency appointment. You ready for this? She has a deviated septum. First question the doctor asked, did somebody punch you in the face? Well, that actually happened to her years ago. Make a long story short, nobody wants to do surgery on a child that's 10 years old. They have to follow through, through main care steps. Unfortunately, my little 10-year-old girl is going to have sinus surgery. She's going to have her tonsils taken out and her adenoids taken out. I called back to her doctor in Connecticut. They knew about her nose from February 13th, 2020. My daughter told the doctor, I didn't even know this, that she had been complaining about it for over a year. She didn't know how long. Her mother never took her. Everybody knows these things. Nobody acts. But guys, again, like I said, it's become such a problem when you're having counselors being told, don't report, stay neutral. I mean, you got to see a problem with that. You know, it's a bigger issue here, guys, than I think you're seeing. When people just, it's like the world. Let's pretend that it's not happening. Well, it is happening, and it's happening everywhere. You know, and it needs to stop happening. You know, when children are trying to tell somebody, I'm not safe, but they're not asking them that question. They were asking my son, are you safe from yourself? They weren't asking him if he felt safe. Are you safe from yourself? You know, he told them over and over and over again to the point where he said, I'm not telling anybody anymore. What's the use? No one listens to me. You know, I mean, you guys nailed it when Senator Diamond basically says they refuse to accept fault. Nobody wants anybody to accept fault. Fix it. Just fix it. Now, I understand all you guys are senators and congressmen, and this is an amazing thing that you're doing, and God bless you all. But, you know, I don't know what the solution is, but maybe look for help outside from people that are going through it or people that have gone through it. You know, why do you have somebody like Dr. Ritchie's office that wrote a 19-page report and then didn't show up in court to testify? That's disturbing. Didn't show up in court to testify. That should get somebody's attention right there. But no recourse. There's nothing you can do. This system is beyond broken. Why was it that Spurwink, Sweetser, all of them dropped counseling sessions from an hour to a half an hour? Why is it you can't find a counselor anywhere? The whole mental health system is beyond broken. My daughter, I can't get her a counselor. She does Zoom meetings. Try to get a 10-year-old in her own bedroom so she can have privacy with all of her toys and have her actually have a Zoom meeting. But it's the only thing we can do. I called 15 different, sorry guys, I have a brain injury. for dentists, for braces in 3 days that took main care. Only 2 called me back because my son's braces came off. He didn't know when the last time he went to an orthodontist. They started falling off. Thank God one of them got me in coming in this Monday. He doesn't even remember the last time he went. They actually said they can't believe he's almost 15, he's still wearing them. No one's even asked those questions. Why is he still wearing them? He has no idea when he even went the last time. But I can't even get him a doctor's appointment. But guys, when you got schools that want to make reports and are basically being told, what's the use? You know? And then they make the reports and no one follows up. And then they follow up 4 months later after I get my kids all the winter boots, gloves, and everything. And then the report says, well, they have gloves, they have winter stuff. Yeah, 4 months later. Thanks for showing up. You know, I mean, I don't know what else to say, guys. I literally, and I've offered to Senator Diamond, and I'll offer him to every one of you, and I will sit down with anyone, including DHSF, and I've offered it to Scott Perkins, and I've offered it to anyone that wants to sit down and hear the tapes I have. I'll play them for you, because I got to tell you, it'll make every one of you disgusted. You will not appreciate, you will not like what these tapes have to say. They're sick, and they really are. But to hear a worker say, we don't like to be told what to do, wow. It's exactly what he says verbatim. And that was from a call from a doctor that was beyond concern about my son.
Mr. Manny, thank you for sharing all of this, a lot of it very troubling personal information about your experiences. Are you willing to submit some testimony in writing so we can capture the detail you've shared here today?
Yeah, I'm not great at it, but I will. Absolutely.
Thank you. And our contact information is on our website, which I know you have because you've been able to log in here today. I'd encourage you to share that written testimony with committee members. It's important. I think you highlighted correctly, gathering perspectives of folks who've gone through the system is important. So thank you.
Yep.
Are there questions or comments for Mr. Manny from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for joining us this morning.
Sure. Thank you, folks.
Betsy Grant is up next, followed by Melanie Blair. Ms. Grant, I think you are with us. If you turn your video on and your mic off, you would have the floor.
Am I? Oh, there I am. Okay. Sorry about that. Good morning or good afternoon. It's still morning. Good morning. Thank you for having me. And now I can figure out how to get on here. So I'm going to try to make it as quick as I can and stick to my script this time. We all must lead the way for childcare and child welfare reform. I've been a child care provider for 23 years, serving Hancock, Washington, and Penobscot counties. And there is much to say in regards to how we can save the lives of our young children and how to support families in our state. In order to protect children, we must all cooperate to make reform happen. And to me, reform is not just some policy changes or and it certainly does not rest on just child protective services and caseworkers. I'm a little sad that this investigation seems to just be about Child Protective Services. It's bigger than that, and it's not just them. I don't want them to be singled out because there's some really, really good caseworkers. And of course, like any industry, there's some that don't do a good job. And unfortunately, when it comes to children's protection, if you don't do a good job, it's a very devastating consequence. So, but the caseworkers that I've been with lately, I have a relationship with them, and that's wonderful. And to me, reform is not just a few policy changes or a different software program or increased funding for more jobs. And I mean, those are improvements, but it's not enough to be considered reform. Our broken child welfare system needs dozens, if not hundreds, of policy changes, and it needs to happen right away. As I've mentioned many times, to me, the best formula to reduce child abuse and neglect is to increase childcare availability. The more licensed childcare providers that we have in our state means the more trained mandated reporters that we would have and the more caregivers that would be there to support families. We're teachers. I have a lot of teachers actually that come to childcare, and we actually get to talk to them and their kids at the same time every day, because that's how you drop little ones off. You know, teachers in schools, they don't see the parents in the homes and all of those things because kids get off the bus or get dropped off and they come in on their own. But at this age, you really do have a connection with the family, because I mean, you see what they drive, you see how they drive. Sometimes you have to call and say, don't do donuts, you know, but we see all of that. And that's a safety thing. You see a car seat not strapped in right, you can say that. So childcare providers have a lot of ability to see minor things that are major, like a car seat, but that I wouldn't call that child abuse and neglect. That's something that you need to inform a parent about and fix it. We also do see things that are definitely neglect and abuse. We see how they smell, we see how they arrive in the morning, we see behavior changes, we see how the parents act. So I wish that we could be considered more to assist caseworkers. So as childcare providers, there's a way that we can group together, and we're already mandated reporters. We already have to follow confidentiality protocols. We already get court documents and restraining orders, and whatever happens in court, we have to put it in the children's files. So I think that daycare providers are missing a lot of, we could assist the caseworkers much more than we're considered to do now. And also, if we could increase, see, I didn't even read my thing. I knew I wouldn't. If we could increase daycare accessibility, maybe those 30 jobs that are open could get filled, because maybe people need childcare in order to apply for those jobs. And that's it. Well, I mean, I'm not going to read this now, so I don't know where I left off, but yeah, I do believe in our state, and I mean, there's things to fix, but we are the Dirigo state and we lead. And so why not lead the nation on even talking about public childcare, make it free and accessible to everybody and go from there, because childcare isn't just Monday through Friday. When we leave, we take everything with us. We're always thinking about the kids and the families, and there's birthday parties. I mean, you create a relationship. And in larger cities, they do have overnight childcare and weekend childcare, not so much in rural areas, but that is definitely something that we've all been researching and working on. And I think that childcare can definitely help. And the Office of Child and Family Services, there's major things that I've been emailing for 4 years about, and I'm not getting any answers. So I'd like to communicate with them more at that level.
Thank you, Ms. Grant, for your testimony. It's very helpful. Are there questions or comments for Ms. Grant from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for joining us this morning.
Thanks.
Next up, we'll hear from Melanie Blair. Good morning.
Well, that was quite a process to get myself on. Thank you for allowing me to testify again today. I'm going to try to stick to my report so I don't choke on my words. Thank you for the opportunity again to testify before you all today. My name is Melanie Blair and I live in Lisbon. I testify to you with 25 years as a mother, 15 plus as an educator, and 10 plus working in behavior programs, but also over 7 years as a foster parent. According to the OPEGA report given to the GOC on March 25th, the scope of OCFS goes beyond protection as reflected in the mission of the office, which is supposed to be joining with families and the community to promote long-term safety, well-being, and permanent families for children. As is evidenced by this report, as well as my personal experience as a foster parent, this is just not happening consistently, and the children continue to pay the price. When will we stop accepting minimal progress, a lack of communication and transparency, the same excuses year after year, focusing solely on the lower level workers as the problem, and address upper level management, structural and procedural problems that are failing these children? When will we really put the safety and well-being of the children as top priority? Respecting confidentiality, I am going to talk about just 3 cases that I have personally experienced as a foster parent. Case number 1, we had this child twice. The first time when the child was 8 years old and removed from an unsafe primary caretaker. The child was very hyper, had some challenges in school, was in a special behavior program. However, was a happy child, was healthy, was making progress during the approximate two months that we had this child at our home. The child was then sent to live with the other biological parent that had a history of domestic violence. Approximately 2 years later, this child came back into care at 10 years old. Because we were the previous foster placement, the department did call us and ask us if we would take the child back. And I will say, I'm choking up, the child that returned to my home was not the same child. The child was sickly thin, beaten and bruised in the face to the effect that the mouth on this child drooped on one side and her speech was significantly affected. There's a name for the condition that this child had, and I can't remember what it is. This didn't need to happen. The parent that this child went to had a history, but she still went there, and she's still suffering. Case number 2, this next family of 4 children is a local family that I personally made 2 reports on. The second report was the most disturbing and concerning. The parent involved, who has had open and closed cases previously, was also involved in a domestic violence incident in front of the children, all 4 children, in which an axe was used as a threat. Not to the children, but to the person. I was told by the investigator that I made the report to. The investigator actually did call me back to update me that my report was screened out as not appropriate. Just a few months later, another child was born to this parent testing positive for substances. This actually just happened in December of last year. All of the children were then taken. 3 of them went to their biological parent, their other biological parent, who also had a history of domestic violence and abuse of a minor. Those 3 kids are still there. They're all under the age of 11. Also at the time, the oldest child to this parent, who was a teenager, was not able to be located. The parent that was in the hospital having the child would not disclose that child's location and whereabouts. The department actually reached out to me because I was in the computer system as a prior contact. Since my family knew the child personally, we were able to find her, give the information over to the department, and sadly enough, she resourcefully had found her own safe place to be and is in a good, safe position right now. The infant is in care as well as the other 3. Not sure what happened to them. This next case is my own personal experience, and I'm going to share it in brevity as it is very difficult for me to share. At the end of 2021, I had 7 foster children. All 7 of my foster children were traumatically removed from my home as we were getting ready to sit down to eat dinner. This was all stemming from a dissociative report made by a young child that was subsequently and intentionally aggravated by a false report made to CPS by a disgruntled community member. Rather than sticking to the original plan, as we had discussed with the CPS investigator on the phone, the department disregarded all of the other caseworker feedback and investigative work that had already been done, ignoring the fact that we were a vested foster family with many department worker relationships, even though on a monthly basis, I had between 5 and 10 workers visiting my home every month with different children. This event that took place at my home that night in December by the department traumatized every child and adult in my house. The amount of resource, time, and money that were used on my case is astonishing. And my case isn't over. But perhaps even worse was the process that occurred over the next 2 months. The lack of communication, misinformation, or no information, the covering up and passing the buck that occurred was unbelievable. Most of this I have in email or recorded. The people that we have spent so much time working directly with over the past several years, including attorneys, had little to no input in my case. As a matter of fact, they were actually excluded from the meetings that were occurring at the department because my case, for some reason, was being handled solely by central office. Despite my regular email requests for a meeting with said workers from central office who remained anonymous, I was not once answered. I asked several times to meet with these people to address any issues they had, and not once did I get a message back. During this process, I realized how little information the investigators have access to that they should have. Our CPS investigator did not have critical information about my family that would have changed the direction of this case prior to the trauma that our household of 13 suffered at the time of removal. As a background information, when you become licensed as a foster family, you have to go through hours and hours of interviewing with different workers. So they build a case, information about your family, and it's in the system. At this time, our investigative caseworker claimed that she did not have access to this information, even though it was in the computer. She wasn't either authorized to or didn't have it handy. I'm not sure which. We sign full disclosure. Anything that they have about us is shared. So I'm not sure why she didn't have it. I had attorneys in disbelief questioning the department regularly as to why they would not resolve this issue and return these children to my family. I had workers and community members reaching out in support, including a daycare provider I had been using for over 6 years. And worst of all, I had kids that were placed with us, now placed all over. Some of them in homes that were previously not approved by the department. The amount of fight we had to put into resolving this was unbelievable. All the while, cases of real concern were being mishandled and shuffled. One of the 7 foster children that I had at that time was 7 days away from his adoption date. We had him since he was discharged from the hospital at 3 days old. It's been 16 months, 3 years plus a couple of months at that time. We were 1 week away from our adoption hearing. We have never had an issue of any concern this entire time with any of these children. But they took them all. The amount of time we had to fight, the amount of emails I made with no response, or flat out lying responses, or responses that just changed, is disgusting. I share my story to you in fear of not only retaliation, but in serious concern that the department's ability to assess reports of suspected abuse or neglect safely and appropriately is compromised at a much higher and greater level than any of us are really seeing. People like me are afraid to tell you these stories. These kinds of issues do not change with more money and more caseworker positions, as fiscal year 2018 and 2019 should evidence, as approximately 30 positions were added to alleviate workloads and training concerns. We are no better now with child deaths than we were then. During all of this, I have done my own research. I have read several of your reports and legislative proposals. I have spoken to many foster parents, kinship relatives, and other frontline caretakers, and I can assure you that these concerns and experiences are not just mine. I have heard horror story after horror story, and most of them will not come forward to share their story in fear of department retaliation and the desire to continue fostering, period. I strongly believe that if the committee would provide some kind of whistleblower assurance for other families to come forward about retaliation fears, you would see a clear pattern of not only poor choices in decision-making, but deceptive practices that can only change at higher levels. My personal experience showed me firsthand that the lower level workers are primarily doing what they are told to do, even if they disagree. Consequently, no matter how many positions you add, how much more training you provide, if the culture of the department and communication and procedural practices do not change, you will not see the changes needed to keep children safe, and you will continue to see caseworker and foster parent burnout as you have for years, because nobody is really listening to those of us who are in the field every day with these kids. For significant change to occur, legislative change needs to happen from the top down. During my family's issues with the department that have partially been resolved, we had 5 different lower level caseworkers. 2 of them left very shortly after. The OPEGA report that was presented to the GOC in essence reaffirms what we have all known for at least 5 years. So I ask those of you charged with ensuring the children are first and foremost safe from abuse and neglect, pass meaningful legislation to make changes from the top down rather than solely focusing on this as a merely caseworker, caseload, and training issue. I ask you instead to scaffold the issue of why safety assessments and investigations are still not being properly completed. The problem ultimately falls on leadership and the department culture. Questions do not get answered. The buck gets passed. The fault lies on frontline workers, and the children pay the price. Legislation needs to delegate and hold accountable central office to make major policy changes. Otherwise, we will continue to get the same results we have been. As my personal experience has shown me, central office is far too removed from the day-to-day, ongoing, and interpersonal relationships that these children are involved in and are far too often making bad decisions. In my plea to you, I will also highlight from the report the tool, staffing and training issues, the pendulum swing, and department culture. These things were brought up during the OPEGA meeting in detail. During the OPEGA report to GOC, Senator Bailey asked a critical question that honestly was answered with a non-answer, as I have grown accustomed to hearing. She asked, how can we fix the investigation process if we do not have access to the tool in which you are using to make your assessments? Mathematically speaking, since my background is in education, this would be like asking someone to solve an advanced mathematics problem without knowing the formula. This question, as well as others, was referred to Dr. Landry to answer, which in answering, I'm not really sure I could tell you what the answer was. How can anyone or any agency solve a problem like this without having all relevant information available? After all, this is what the department claims hinders the CPS investigations, not having access to critical information such as mental health records, medical information, etc. Is it fair to expect this committee or any committee to complete such an important task as monitoring OCFS's ability to adequately assess children's safety without access to such critical information from OCFS? I understand there is confidentiality rules in some of these questions, but to answer Senator Bailey's question regarding the tool from my personal experience, the answer is that the answers to these questions the tool asks can be changed until a certain point. So your tool is only good as your tool inputter. The data that you enter this tool, you can go back and adjust. It's somewhat like if you self-prepare your taxes and use TurboTax, you can go back and change the information until a certain point. You input the data, you go back and say, adjust some information to perhaps get more of the result you were hoping for. Once you've gone so far as to hit submit to the IRS, for example, on TurboTax, you can't go back. In the beginning stages in many of these tools, from my experience, you can change the answers to the question. You can override the answer to the question until a certain point. This I have been directly told by the investigative caseworker that we used. But once you've gone so far, I'm sorry, I just read that. You committee members need to have this information in order to see where the problems are occurring. In other words, transparency from the department. I don't think that this information needs to be made available to everybody. I think there's somebody that needs to know what questions are behind the tools. I'm sure that there is a reliable committee member or chair that can be charged with that, so it's not public information. I did hear one of the comments, I don't remember who said it, about the confidentiality about the questions, and I completely agree that those questions should not be public knowledge, because then you're right. People will fudge the answers and manipulate the system. I'm not proposing that you make this public information, but somebody needs to know what those questions are, because you can't fix it if you don't know what it is. Secondly, the frontline workers, foster parents, caseworkers, kinship providers, childcare workers, etc., are given the least amount of incomplete information, yet we are held more visibly responsible and accountable, but are not included or listened to in regards to safety issues. For example, the OPEGA report claims to have served 109 stakeholders, none of which were categorized to be foster, kinship parents, or daycare providers who spend the majority of their day with these children. We are with them all day, have built important relationships, but we are not considered to be part of the survey or the solution. Relationships matter. This is how these things come out. You have to build relationships with people in order to gain their trust and find out what's going on. Because I was curious and wanted these frontline workers to be included over the last approximately 10 days, I completed my own survey, which was very similar to the surveys used in the OPEGA report. The results are included in this report that I submitted online, and not only show that most foster parents do not feel the department is safely and adequately assessing the safety of children, but in doing these two surveys, I discovered sadly that most people do not reach out to committee members, representatives, senators, the department, anybody. They don't question, they don't complain due to fear of department retaliation. There has become, in the foster parent world, a culture of silent intimidation, well known amongst seasoned foster parents. We have no rights, and they know it. If we question too much or advocate too hard, there is a price to be paid. If there wasn't, I can assure you, you would have people lined up to tell you their stories. But they are fearful of blacklisting and retaliation and speak quietly amongst themselves instead for support. All frontline workers should have a voice to be valued, not just be a rest stop for children and a scapegoat for mistakes made. I will give you an example that is not in my testimony that just occurred just a few days ago. I have a private Facebook page that people are able to share and reach out for help. Most people message me directly because they're afraid that somebody from the department is watching the page. And I said, well, there's not that many people on this page. There's just a couple hundred. I don't think that'll happen. Well, it did. Somebody took a screenshot of a comment that one of my members on this page made and gave it to a caseworker. The caseworker removed that person's placement. It was a kinship placement, sent the placement elsewhere because the caseworker felt like this person could no longer be trusted since he was on my Facebook page. Now, he didn't say anything that broke confidentiality. He said nothing inappropriate. It was a very vague question. Yet he was targeted.
Ms. Blair,
Yes.
you've presented quite a number of important pieces of testimony today, and I see you've supplied written testimony as well. And you've got a number of, it's 11 pages, and you've got a number of pie charts as well from your survey, which we appreciate. I want to offer just a couple of things. Number one, the story you described at the beginning of your personal circumstance with 7 foster children being removed is certainly disturbing to hear. You've also noted a number of folks that you interact with feel like they cannot make report for fear of retribution. For both of those examples, I strongly encourage making report to the Office of Child Welfare Ombudsman. And if for some reason that is not comfortable for folks, they are also welcome to make report to our office. So I want to offer that information. And I also just want to note, to make sure we get through the rest of our testimony, we have your written testimony, which we appreciate. And I do want to see if there are any members of the committee who have questions or comments for you. I see Senator Timberlake has raised his hand. Senator Timberlake.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And for full disclosure, Ms. Blair and I have spoke on a couple of occasions. I find her story very compelling, and I thank you for coming forward. I think everybody here should read this report, and there's two things that come out of this testimony that I guess I ask you is, you know, when you talk about the tools, and we talked about them, but the concern is, do you feel the tools are being used as properly, or are they need to be jumbled around? And the retaliation thing really is concerning to me. I was going to bring it up at the end, and we'll bring it up when we get into our work session, but I'm glad you brought forward the case of retaliation, but I want to get back to the tool, because the tool is something that I've heard over and over with all of the people that I've talked with outside of this table, because for some reason, people contact me quite frequently to tell me the story, because I guess I don't keep my mouth shut, so people think I get somewhere, and I'm really going to try. So I guess I ask you, Ms. Blair, again, I'd like a little more. This tool thing is bothering me.
So the tool, in my experience, because I was unfortunately on the other side of this, I can testify to the tool. I was asked a series of questions by the assigned caseworker that does the investigation, as well as by her supervisor. Primarily the caseworker is the one I interacted with, but she went through a series of questions that are pre-programmed in the computer. They all have to do with background information of yourself, mental health issues that you may or may not have, questions they can ask you in order to ascertain any safety concerns they think that you may have. They ask you questions about education of your children, doctor's appointments, medical needs, or things that are not being addressed, things to that nature. And what happens during the questioning is, depending on how you answer the question or what they input as an answer to your question, that may trigger another question, or perhaps a red flag in their system. And that it prompts them to ask another question. So part of the difficulty, I think, from the department's point of view is going to be that some of these questions that get asked are going to be different depending on your answers. So one answer from one family is going to trigger different questions to start popping up. But they're all around safety questions, like, do you use substances? Have you ever, do you have any criminal history record? And if you answer no to that, then it kind of stops there. But you are relying on the person that's answering the questions to be honest. And I think that part of maybe the reason why they're not getting some of these cases that they should is the parents aren't being honest. In my testimony, I referenced the local family that I personally reported. I knew this family personally. I knew the parent that the kids were living with. And this parent flat out told me that she knows her rights, and she knows that she does not have to open the door for DHS. She knows she doesn't have to answer their questions. She knows that she can tell her kids not to answer those questions. And that's all accurate information. So if you're trying to be, I hear a lot of people say stuff about let's be proactive, which I 100% agree with. These people that are already edgy or not doing the right thing in the first place aren't going to trust you. And if you want to build trust, then you need to give them something in order to do that, to get honest answers. But not only that, you need to go outside of the tool and not just rely on the question and answers, I mean, honestly, if any of you have done TurboTax or any of those software, you can manipulate the information any way you want and get the answers or get the results that you'd like to get. Beyond that, there is a point until which you can have a supervisor override the decision that the computer has made. So the computer could say, well, there's 3 red flags with what these answers are. And I think that it falls into a substantiated category and you need to go investigate this within 24 hours. That can be overridden. As in my case, I'm not going to go any more in detail than I already have, but a conversation could have been had, as was planned, a sit-down conversation, and all of the information that was in the system could have come out. I found that through this process with the tool that sometimes they're too reactive and sometimes they're not asking the right questions. That was my personal experience with the tool.
Thank you. Okay, just one last follow-up question is, and you can answer this or not answer it. You said you was 1 week out from adopting your child. Did that ever finally take place, or your adoption ever take place?
We are actually scheduled for that adoption now this month. It took me a grueling 2.5 months just to get this child back. This was a trauma that I would not wish on my worst enemy. And we are close. But I just being here, talking to you guys right now, I'm terrified that somebody's going to find some reason to open an investigation. All that has to happen for a foster family, and this is much different, and probably many of you do not know this, but for foster families, it's not the same threshold of information that comes in. Any little thing that gets reported to CPS has to be investigated, and anything pending, such as an adoption hearing, stops immediately until that report is investigated. And part of your workload problem with CPS, I can tell you firsthand, because this is coming directly from the caseworker that I worked with. She spent hours and hours on my case. She not only deals with foster family complaints and licensing violations and all of these investigations she has to do for foster families, but she also deals with all of the parents, the regular parent complaints. Why there is only one department doing this, I don't know. I got off track. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Blair. Senator Timberlake, are you good?
I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Ms. Blair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Blair, I just wanted to say I am deeply grateful for the courage of your testimony. We're deeply grateful. And I share Senator Libby's statement that if you feel like you've been retaliated against for coming before this committee with your story, I'm sure that every member of this committee will share in the wrath of whoever does that to you, okay? This is so important for the functioning of this committee, that people like you are and able to come before this committee with your truth and your story. And I'm grateful for it. And I know we all are. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bennett. I can't tell you how much sleep I've lost over this. We are not perfect people, but I can tell you, this child that we have had all this time is part of my family. He's almost 3.5 years old, and I've had him since birth. And the process that I went through, where they held him over my head, you would not believe the things that I had to agree to. in order to get him back here. I have email after email, and it would disgust you. It really would. But I will say, as others have, that there are many people that are dedicated, really good caseworkers out there. And it breaks my heart. I still want to be a foster parent. And I know there's so many people in the same boat that want to.
Well, God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Barada.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Blair, for your testimony today, and especially thank you for all you've done for so many foster children over the years. I wanted to ask you, do you think that as a next step in our process that we should include foster parents in a confidential survey, much similar to the surveys that you completed?
Thank you, Representative Arata, for the question. I can 100% tell you that the foster parents, all of which that I have been in contact with, would so much appreciate being part of this solution. I know we're saying a lot of negative things about the department, but we genuinely want to help solve the problem. We really do. It's more than just being out there complaining. People are hurt that they're not being included. And on my page, most of what I've done has been surveys. And I included in my testimony the responses I got, that people are fearful. They want to be helpful. They just want to be given the opportunity to voice their concerns and be part of the solution. I don't think one person or one category of people is sufficient to solve this problem. I think you need people from all kinds of backgrounds in order to work together. And, you know, we're working with these kids every single day. They trust us, they talk to us, and the caseworkers are doing the best they can. But if your upper level management won't listen to people like me, which they don't, you know, we're more than just babysitters. We do have important feedback. We can give it to you, and we would so much, very much appreciate for you to include us in the process.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions or comments for Ms. Blair? Seeing none, Ms. Blair, we thank you for coming forward, for sharing the very challenging stories you have, the personal information, and appreciate the courage you've shown today. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Libby.
So the remaining folks that I can see in the waiting room who have not testified yet are from DHHS. So we have Dr. Todd Landry from OCFS, Molly Bogart from DHHS, and Bobby Johnson from OCFS. So I see Molly has her hand up. We'll move her into the room. Good afternoon, Ms. Bogart.
Good afternoon, Senator Libby. Thank you for recognizing me. My name is Molly Bogart, and I'm the Director of Government Relations for the Department of Health and Human Services, and will provide brief comments on behalf of the department and OCFS on the report in front of you. First, I just want to say we appreciate everyone who has told their stories and provided their feedback. We hear you, and we recognize that sharing those personal experiences publicly is not easy. And we recognize that further improvements are needed, and we remain committed to them. And to that end, we appreciate the thoughtful work that that OPEGA has completed in developing this report. OCFS submitted an agency comment letter, which you have seen at the end of the report. And I'm going to note just a few of those right now. As referenced in the comment letter, 2 of OPEGA's 3 recommendations share significant overlap with improvements identified in 2021 through engagement and discussions with staff, feedback from stakeholders, and review of child fatalities in collaboration with KC Family Programs and Collaborative Safety, as well as our own continuous and independent improvement efforts. And we've begun work addressing these concerns. Specific to workload and after hours expectations for staff, as I believe has been mentioned, the governor proposed additional staff in OCFS within the supplemental budget to provide after hours and children's emergency services coverage. We believe that this will relieve significant burden from current staff and allow them to focus on their day-to-day work. We've also collaborated with staff and KC Family Programs to review the investigation process to minimize duplicative work and study systems in other jurisdictions to determine if the current investigation timeframe is appropriate and helping achieve child safety goals. OPEGA also identified improving training and supervision of staff as a recommendation. As noted in the report, OCFS previously identified this concern regarding training, and coinciding with the completion of report, OCFS implemented an updated structure for training that we believe will address these concerns of OPEGA and also of staff surveyed by OPEGA and identified regarding the previous structure. The new structure builds upon models previously utilized by OCFS that staff have indicated were more effective in providing them with preparation to work in child welfare. I know in this committee, you've discussed training structures that were discontinued by the previous administration. And we have reinstituted the field instruction program in collaboration with the Muskie School at the University of Southern Maine, which provides social work students with a comprehensive internship experience. That opportunity allows students to graduate with experience working in child welfare and minimizes the amount of training required if they choose to become employed with OCFS. The FIP, that field instruction program, was previously part of our training structure. And many of the individuals who started with OCFS through the FIP years ago are still with OCFS and hold leadership positions and bring a lot to the child welfare team. Through OPEGA's report, we also noted that there is significant overlap between issues identified by OPEGA and those identified through the safety science review conducted last year in collaboration with KC Family Programs and Collaborative Safety. We've been working to implement recommendations of that review since they were issued in October of 2021 and have received positive feedback from staff and stakeholders about that process. This includes the recommendation by the Child Welfare Ombudsman in her annual report to implement a system for ongoing safety science reviews of child fatality and other critical incidents. As a result, OCFS has continued to collaborate with KC Family Programs and Collaborative Safety to use safety science in child welfare, and we have hired additional staff in order to facilitate that important process. In the comment letter, we also offered additional commentary and information in response to considerations made by OPEGA, such as the training of new caseworkers, access to medical records and treatment information, services for families involved in CPS and prevention work. I would just note that information for your review when it is convenient. We also want to note and thank the legislature and all of you for your partnership in making important strides and investment toward improving child welfare services during this session. To date, the legislature has enacted and the governor has signed LD 1960, which bolsters the work of the Child Welfare Ombudsman with additional resources and important practices of collaboration between OCFS and the Ombudsman. The HHS and Appropriations Committees have both unanimously supported several child welfare budget initiatives, including the additional staff to provide that after hours and children's emergency services coverage. And the governor signed just yesterday LD 1853, Senator Claxton's bill to increase reporting by OCFS and the citizens review panels and increase the engagement of the HHS committee in the oversight of this work. Additional investments remain under consideration on the special appropriations table. And of course, the improvements that don't require legislative action are continuing. I know we've discussed, or you've discussed already, a number of those initiatives. that are under consideration by appropriations. And then I just want to add a few comments based on the conversation prior to my testimony. There was a significant conversation around vacancies earlier on, and I just want to provide a little bit of clarity there. Today, we have over 50 vacancies, and that is up from 10 to 12 on average in the early days of the pandemic. There was a 30 number that was referenced a few times. I believe that's from the annual and workload report, and references the number of caseworkers needed for the current workload above what's currently existing in state lines. And so that number of capacity needed would really be that 50 plus that 30. And I just wanted to be clear about what the vacancies information was today. And I believe Senator Libby mentioned that he had requested that data, and we did provide it through OPEGA to the committee. We also provided detailed information about the structured decision-making tool that you have been discussing. There were a number of attachments there, so I won't walk through them, but I do believe you have those, and should you have questions regarding that, please don't hesitate to let us know. The Child Welfare Ombudsman has also been provided with copies of comprehensive copies of the tools for her review prior to this process when we were working to establish that tool. Additionally, we're working toward recommendations to improve data sharing statute, and pursuant to LD 606 last session, we finalized and distributed to the legislature a collaboration policy with our community partners just last month. And then finally, related to the child fatality data on the public dashboard, it's important, as Senator Claxton noted, to recognize that families with current or prior OCFS involvement is just one category included in that data. Not all cases have involvement, and some involvement can be years, even a decade or more in the past. And so we just want folks to be clear about what that data includes. And we provide that information as part of our commitment to transparency. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today. OCFS and the department continue to be committed to engaging with government oversight with OPEGA, the Health and Human Services and Judiciary Committees, and the legislature as a whole, as we work toward our shared goal of ensuring children and families in Maine can be safe, stable, happy, and healthy. As you heard, Director Landry and Associate Director Johnson are also here, and all three of us will stay as you move to work session should you request that we participate, and I'm happy to answer questions that you have now to the best of my ability.
Thank you very much, Molly. Are there questions for Ms. Bogart? I am not seeing any hands. Senator Liberty has rejoined us.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I'm looking at the clock. I'm wondering if committee members would like to close the public hearing, invite the representatives from the office back to a work session that would start after a 30-minute lunch break. Seeing gentle head nods. All right.
Do you need thumbs up?
No, I think we've got enough. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
All
So
right.
we're good. Seeing no further questions or comments for Ms. Bogart at this time, we'll close the public hearing. We will put the committee at ease until 1:15. We invite the department to join us at that time as well, and we'll continue our discussion on this topic. If there are no other comments or questions, we'll put the committee at ease, and we'll see you at 1:15. Okay, we'll try to gather legislators back to the virtual horseshoe so we can resume our meeting.
I said, I won't lie, I'm coming with food. I hadn't gotten all my food, so I'm gonna go to non-video here.
Thanks, Senator.
I'm going to do the same thing, but I'm listening.
I guess that means you can count them in the quorum. Sort of.
I wonder if herding cats is easier at the State House or on Zoom. I'm questioning that now.
Zoom, clearly. Can you force their cameras open?
That would be a nice feature to have.
Why are you so evil, Senator Bennett? Come on. That would be terrible.
Well, we can go off screen as soon as we get a quorum, right?
I had to make 3 telephone calls while we was off.
So I count 6 of us. I think we need 7, right? I'm counting Mark. I'm counting Representative Blyer, Representative Rada, Senator Timberlake. We just need 1 more. Yeah, we have Representative Millett and Senator DeChambeau, and then we've got 3 folks who've got their camera off because they're eating their lunch, but we'll count them for quorum purposes. So welcome back, everyone, to the Committee of Government Oversight. We've concluded a public hearing on the Child Protective Services report that we received from OPEGA at our last meeting. And now I'd like to open up the work session on that report. I'm going to turn the mic over to Lucia, and her staff, who will give us brief high-level overview of the material we covered. And in particular, the staff have produced a 5-page document that was sent electronically, I think yesterday afternoon. Is that right, Lucia? It's a 5-page document that basically covers the recommendations of the report, and then lines that up against what, if any, legislative action has occurred and where there may be gaps that need to be filled. So with that, and Lucia also has some additional documents she may want to talk through with us as she gives her presentation. So with that, I'll turn it over to Director Nixon.
Thank you, Senator Libby. For this work session, we prepared a series of documents, some of which were referenced by Senator Libby. You should have received a second hard copy of the report, also the 5-page chart that Senator Libby reviewed that was sent by email and delivered a hard copy to you, which notes the issues and recommendations in the report alongside the department's response and related legislation. And as Senator Libby well, I guess just to review before we get too far into the work session, but as you know, there's sort of two aspects to the GOC work on a report. So there's, for a work session, you have the question of a report endorsement, which is whether the report is complete with regard to what was assigned for scope, whether the results are credible, objective, and relevant, and whether the recommendations are reasonable, appropriate. So that is one task that you have. And then the other task is there any actions that the committee wants to take regarding the report and the findings in the report. They could be directions to the department, a letter to the department. It could be legislative, an amendment. It could be, so there's a host of different things that the committee can do to either implement or request further information and or implement recommendations in the report. So those are the two pieces of work that you have before you this afternoon. And I will go ahead and screen share for you the chart that outlines the recommendations, the agency comments, and the provisions in life bills. And then if you have additional questions, we can look at, I did try to do a quick summary of what was heard this morning. So it's probably incomplete, but it might give a little bit of a framework if you have questions about that. And then also want to, before you finish this work session today, look at the overall CPS project and the third piece of work, which remains to be done, and just mention that as coming up next. So if there are no immediate questions, I'll go ahead and share my screen. Is that viewable in a decent size to everyone?
Lucia, could you like move that white bar on the side off your screen and
oh yeah
a bit?
Yeah, sorry, you were hiding it on my screen. the panel of members was okay. Is that any better?
That's better, thank you.
Okay, sure, no problem. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, this is organized into 3 columns in a side-by-side that has the first column is from the OPEGA final report. The middle column is related comments in the DHHS OCFS formal agency comment memo, which is printed with the report. And then the third column are related provisions in live bills that are before the legislature as of today. And the left column indicates the issues, recommendations, and other considerations that OPEGA made in the report. So the first issue being high workloads impacting the thoroughness of investigations, the recommendation from OPEGA that OCFS should take steps to address the workload issue to ensure that workers have the time necessary to conduct thoroughness investigations, including assessment of safety risks. And within that, there were 2 specific things we noted. One, OCFS should continue its work to evaluate workload using the analytic tool. And that is something that they use and report to the legislature annually. And that has been referenced a few times today. The report that was issued this past January showed a gap of 33 caseworkers. And then secondly, we recommended that OCFS develop and implement new strategies to address the underlying factors in a way that effectively reduces workload. And we noted that there's different options for doing that by adjusting staffing levels, adjusting timeframes, and adjusting the amount of work that needs to be done in a certain time frame. So in the agency comment letter, DHHS responded to overall workload, the workload analytic tool, and the review of required tasks and timeframes. And they noted the additional staff that have been proposed in the supplemental budget, and that those are staff that are, as you can see in the right-hand column, these staff, this proposal in the budget establishes 16 child protective services caseworkers and 3 child protective services supervisors. And these are to be designated for the after hours and children's emergency services coverage. As came up earlier this morning, there's sort of the piece of addressing the after hours work issue and then addressing the overall workload issues. So this initiative is specific related to the after hours work. the agency commented that they report to the HHS committee annually on the workload tool and that they will continue to do that. And then they reported that they're also collaborating with staff internally and with folks from Casey Family Programs to review the process for investigations and determine if the investigation timeframe is appropriate and helping to achieve child safety goals. And that's the 35-day timeframe that is referenced in the report. Any questions on that one, or should I move on?
I think, Lucia, as I'm listening to the presentation, because OCFS is so big and its charge is so big, it's easy to get lost in all of this policy work. So I'm going to recommend we have you review an issue at a time, and then we'll pause, take discussion, and hear from the department, and then we'll move on to the next one.
So that is my review of issue 1.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So I just want us to pause here and focus on this section. If committee members want to ask questions or make comments, please raise your electronic hand while we have the screen share open. Senator Claxton, followed by Senator Timberlake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to point out that the department is also in the process of hiring some paralegals. I referenced that earlier. They might offload work. The hope is that they will offload a lot of the district court work and paperwork stationed in each of the child welfare districts and remove some of the workload from the caseworkers. I defer to the department about where that stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Molly, do you have an answer or comment related to that?
Yeah, I just, Senator Claxton is correct, except that those were proposed in the budget. So at risk of putting words in Senator Claxton's mouth, I think he made a great pitch for support of those positions, and just want to recognize that we're not hiring for them just yet, but certainly hope you'll support them to help offload some of that work from our caseworkers. Thanks.
Thank you. Senator Timberlake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you again. I still fall back on the question, and I guess this is a place to ask it on, we're supplying more people for night and days and stuff. But what we've learned today is we got 50 vacancies. What does the department plan, or what way do they think they're going to, us supplying 30 more people, going to fill this hole when they got 50 openings today? I mean, I'm very concerned that here we sat with 50 vacancies. We started off with 30, now we're down to 50. We can blame it on the pandemic. We can blame it on whatever we like. But the fact of the matter is we're there. And what makes us think we're going to fill those 50 plus another 30? And how do we plan to get there? I'm really baffled by this.
Maybe we can bring Dr. Landry, if he's not already into the, can't see the whole room easily. If we could bring Dr. Landry in to address that question. Welcome, Dr. Landry.
Thank you, Senator Libby, Representative Stover, and members of the committee. Happy to be with you to answer those or some questions. Senator Timberlake, I think I was caught a little bit in the transition over, and so hopefully I heard your question correctly, and I'll attempt to answer it. So please let me know if something got lost as I was coming over from into the group as a panelist. I think the question was, if you have existing vacancies, how do the new positions help to impact that? And I believe, I guess one way I would answer that is twofold. One is the fact that these new positions are specifically dedicated to evening, after hours, weekend coverage. We do know we have some former staff who had left. I think it's true to what Senator Claxton and perhaps others had said, that some, due to their own work-life preferences or situations, would prefer to be able to work nights or weekends or evenings and weekends. And so we do believe there'll be an opportunity to perhaps bring back staff who have left before for work scheduling reasons that might be interested in those positions. So I think there is an opportunity for us to do that. I think it also will have a direct impact on both retention going forward, as well as us being able to hire staff for the existing lines that are there. Some of the information I believe that we provided to the committee through OPEGA regarding the question on vacancies, I believe the number was 10 to 12 individuals just this year that we have offered positions to. And the reason that they said that they were declining the positions was that they were concerned about the expectation for after hours, evening, and weekends. And so I believe that it's going to help us not only retain staff, because our staff have told us for the past year, this is a significant factor for them, considering whether or not to stay in their roles or not. And as I indicated, I think it's a factor for those who are considering joining the department in these roles. So I think there's a multi-aspect answer to your question there, but hopefully those are a few of the points that help to address the question as I understood it.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Landry, but you still didn't really answer my question. You know, what stops you today from saying to any, you got 50 open vacancies right now. What stops you today if someone wants to be a weekend or a night worker? You know, why isn't the department capable of saying, okay, if you want to work weekends, this is the shift you got, you can work weekends. If you want to work nights, this is the shift you can work. What in the department actually stops that? Is there something at the state level that's stopping us from doing that? Because, you know, I've run a few businesses in my day and I've hired a few employees in my day, not as many as you guys have, but we have to be able to be flexible and change and to meet the schedules that we have. And I understand that somebody doesn't want to be on call all the time, but with 50 vacancies, I think you'd be able to say to someone, well, we're going to fill these vacancies and we're going to have these people working nights and these people working days. What stops you from those existing ones of not allowing that to happen?
Thank you, Senator Timberlake. And I would share with you in my prior roles before in the private nonprofit or corporate sectors, there was more flexibility that we had in some of those cases to be able to do those types of things. However, I do believe it's my understanding that there are limitations for us being able to have those dedicated staff on evenings and weekends, which in part is, of course, why we put forward the budget initiative. And if I may, I'll work with our colleagues within our HR area, et cetera, to get you more specifics.
Mr. Chair, could I ask that our staff to make note, to ask our staff to please look and find where this would prohibit them, or if it does not prohibit them, so we could find an answer of whether they could change this policy around or not, or whether we got to pass legislation to allow this to happen. Thank you.
So Timberlake, you're asking the staff to look into the question of whether existing OCFS workers can be assigned these shifts. Am I understanding your question?
Yes, Mr. Chair, what I'm saying is, could we, with the existing 50 positions, if somebody wanted to work weekends or nights, is there a provision within the current law that would allow the DHHS to start that up immediately if they wanted to? Or does there have to be some legislation that makes that happen? I'd like to have our staff tell me whether that's available to do that now or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Timberlake. Representative Barata, followed by Senator Bailey.
Thank you. I have a question about the 35-day time frame. I guess that this is the appropriate place to bring it up. I don't see it in this report at all. Have there been any changes with regard to the time frame and add-on reports and extending that 35 days when you have a significant add-on report?
Is that a question?
For Dr. Landry.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Landry.
Thank you. Representative Barada, we have not made any of those changes yet. Our commitment to our staff and to the legislature and others was to work with colleagues at a national level at Casey Family Programs, as well as other national resources and our own staff and others in the state in order to work on a holistic look at both the duties and responsibilities that are required in that 35-day timeline to see if any changes should be made regarding that, and or whether or not those changes should impact the amount of time for the expectation for those investigations to occur. And we are in the process of doing that, have engaged with a group of staff who have volunteered to help work on this. Casey Family Programs is doing a national review of what some of those provisions are across other jurisdictions, specifically states in the country, so that we can take a holistic view on that. Because if you change some of the duties and responsibilities, then that 35-day may be the right number. It may need to be more or less, versus if we decide to keep the responsibilities and duties as they are, then we should, then we have to consider whether or not the 35-day window is appropriate. My hope is that we'll be able to complete that work in the next several months, or in the next few months, I should say.
Okay. Will you be getting back to us with the results of that work?
Certainly, we'd be happy to do that. And certainly I anticipate we'll be reporting on that through the bill that was passed that has us reporting to the HHS committee on a quarterly basis. So to both of the committees, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And just for members who joined us in the last 5 or 10 minutes, what we're doing is going through the table that OPEGA staff prepared for us that shows us the major findings of the report, and then alongside that, where legislation is in the process. And we are talking about workloads, staffing levels, vacancies, and that sort of thing. We're still on issue number 1 for that. Senator Bailey is up next.
With that explanation, Mr. Chair, because I did join you late, then I'll hold my question because it's not related specifically to that. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. So sticking with vacancy, now we appreciate OCFS sending us the information about the first quarter. What I'm taking away from this, Dr. Landry, is generally speaking, you need 4 applicants to make a hire that accepts. So it's a 25, if you have 200 applicants, you've ended up hiring, I'm sorry, if you've had 100 applicants, you've ended up hiring 25. So would you concur with that assessment that you've got to find 4 applicants to secure a new hire? Is that generally a fair statement?
Senator, I would say that's the data from this last quarter. I'd have to go back and see if that data has been consistent over time or not.
Okay. I know you may be getting frustrated with how much we're fixating on the vacancy issue over these series of meetings, but I'm finding that I'm only getting the info that I asked for, and so what is not here in this summary, it's probably my fault because I didn't ask it, but the attrition rate sort of goes hand in hand with the vacancy rate. So do you have off the top of your head how many folks you lost in that quarter? How many positions became vacant during that quarter?
Senator, my apologies, but I do not have that information off the top of my head, but we'd be happy to provide that to you. And certainly I'm not frustrated at all. This is a significant issue for for the office and the department, and something that we are very much focused on and working to find solutions to. So thank you for asking the questions, and we'd be happy to get back with you on those details.
Thank you. In my experience hiring and managing organizations, you can take the traditional tactics of posting a job online in a few locations, and sometimes that works well. But I'm taking in the information I'm getting from your department, and I don't have experience running an agency of this size for sure. But with such a large vacancy rate and potentially a significant resignation rate sort of chipping away at that work, what other outside of the box strategies is the office employing to recruit and attract people to these positions beyond simply posting the job on an online service?
Thank you, Senator. We'd be happy to provide you with the full detail of the ways that we are doing that, but I'll share some of those ways with you if I may. One of those ways that we implement is through our recruitment efforts. We certainly are active on all college campuses, for example, where they have in the state and in the region. We reach out to those college campuses for potential new staff who are graduating. We certainly use social media, and that's largely, I believe, through the Bureau of HR and their social media presence in order to advertise and assist in recruiting for those positions. We have, as you heard before, recently are in the process of implementing the field instruction program and reconstituting that program. I believe that's going to be a very effective way for us to be able to identify potential students who are interested in the field and bring them on. And I believe we have the first class of that group that's currently our first cohort, if I can use that term, starting this spring and a full cohort beginning in the fall. And then the last thing I will say is we're currently working on a contract specific with child welfare caseworkers from a specific social media outreach effort that would build upon what we're already doing with the Bureau of HR with an even more intentional and directed focus for child welfare caseworkers. So those are a few of the ways that I would answer your question. And again, we'd be happy to provide a more comprehensive detail list after the meeting.
Okay. And then my final question is, do you internally have any kind of forecast or projection or even a goal for when you will get to full employment on your caseworker team?
I don't have any specific goal. Our goal is as soon as we possibly can and as fast as we possibly can. I know that, historically, whether it's this agency or other agencies, there has always, almost always been some level of vacancy due to turnover related sometimes to job issues, sometimes not. But certainly it is our goal to get that number as low as possible with an ultimate goal to have 0 vacancies. And that's something that we're working towards as quickly as possible. Again, the workforce challenges that I know have heard about, not just today, but in other fields and across the country, is presenting us with some unique challenges at this point in time. But we're committed to addressing those challenges in some of the ways that I just indicated and trying to reduce the number of vacancies and hopefully eliminate the vacancies as soon as we possibly can.
Okay, thank you. Representative Bleier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Landry, for being here. My question is that you made a reference earlier in your comments that you had employees that were leaving due to not wanting to work weekends or nights, things of that nature. And my question is, why have we waited so long? Why do we not have the answer if legislation needs to be put in place to have your current employees work nights or weekends? This has been an issue. You've stated that it's been an issue. why do you not have the answers to keeping the employees that have left, trying to retain those employees that have already left? Why have these answers not been answered before today?
Thank you, Representative. What I would say to you is that as we were working with staff over the course of the past year, really in 2020, 2021 in particular, our staff in 21 began to talk more about the challenges of what we call CES, sometimes called standby and weekend coverage. So we put together an internal work group of staff volunteers from every district in the state to look at what we needed to do in order to address some of those concerns. They came up with some technical concerns or technical solutions as it relates to how individuals are assigned for that after hours and weekend shift. But the number one solution that they developed over the course of 2021, particularly in the summer of 21, was a dedicated unit towards standby coverage. As a result of that, that's when we put forward our budget initiative in order to address that very specifically. And at the same time, we knew that our workload analytic tool was showing that we had a gap between the number of positions and the workload. And so we saw this as a way of addressing both of those questions. But again, the staff helped develop the solution for this, and came up with the idea last summer through that work group. And then we put forward the budget initiative at the next available opportunity this session.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. So if you are placing legislation to hire 30 new employees for the weekend or night type shifts, why couldn't we make the 50 vacancies currently part of that process to solve the issues now rather than waiting till legislation is passed? Is there something in the legislation that changes the way you're doing business today?
Representative, if I may not have understood the question completely, but I'll try to answer that. One of the things that we are attempting to do is to try to address, working to address the existing vacancies, as we indicated before, which we're fortunate is lower than many other states, but nonetheless high for us and something that we are committed to addressing. At the same time, so we want to address that piece, and we wanted to address the specific question of the after hours and overtime units, including the addition of those supervisors. So it's 16 positions for 16 caseworker positions and 3 supervisor positions, so a total of 19 that would create this unit in the state. And so we were trying to address both of those issues at the same time through this budget initiative, so that we don't simply we don't take care of that question of CES, with also attempting to also take care of some of the gap that was identified in the workload tool. So we're really trying to address both of those at the same time. Because we don't want to simply, or I was hoping that we could achieve this budget initiative so that we don't simply allocate some of the gap to a different unit, so that we could address both challenges at the same time: the existing gap in the workload tool, as well as this challenge for CES or overtime, overnight and weekend coverage. So I hope that helped to answer some of that question.
Yes, I understand. I was just wondering why that, you couldn't have taken the 19 positions out of the 50 and just created this group to retain some of the current employees that left. That's really the end of what I was looking for.
Representative Bleier, I understood that to be follow-up question, or?
No, all set. Thank you.
Okay. Further questions or comments from members? If you do have questions or comments, raise your electronic hand. Okay, seeing none. Lucia, do you want to move on to the second item?
Sure. Okay, so issue 2 should be up on your screen now. It's quite related to what we've been just discussing. So this is, we raised an issue specifically about after hours expectations for caseworkers, whereas the first issue was really about overall workload. And OPEGA recommended that OCFS evaluate the after-hours work requirements and expectations and the related risks posed by those, and design and implement changes in a way that decrease or even eliminate the requirement of overnight shifts for caseworkers and supervisors. And as has just been discussed, the department has taken some steps in that direction, and in conjunction with the governor has the initiative that was just being discussed, which is 16 caseworker positions and 3 supervisor positions and 1 manager position that would be dedicated to after hours and children's emergency services. I also wanted to note that there is another bill, 1825, which is currently tabled in the Senate, but it's been engrossed in the House. And that bill would establish limits on the number of hours worked by Child Protective Services in DHHS. And it specifically establishes certain limits on work hours and driving hours, and does provide for exceptions in certain emergency situations. So that is another related item that is currently live in the legislature.
Comments or questions from committee members on this issue number 2? Seeing none, we'll go on to issue number 3.
Okay. Issue number 3 were caseworker practice concerns. And OPEGA recommended that OCFS build on the foundation of its existing quality assurance system, which we described in some detail in the report, and the results from looking at the QA case reviews that are done. And OPEGA recommended that they build on that foundation to develop ways that they could use QA to better identify specific practice concerns in a timely manner and provide feedback, and to be able to do that within all OCFS regional districts. The challenge now being that the number of cases that are reviewed gets very small when you get to a district level. So they're doing 65 cases for each 6-month period. 40 of those are foster care and 25 are what are called the in-service cases, service cases before a child is in foster care. And so the numbers get very small, and it's difficult to actually capture concerns at the district level. And we recommended that the department link concerns that are raised to timely feedback, mentoring, and additional training. We did not see any specific comments in the OCFS agency letter related to this recommendation, and we also do not see anything specifically in any pending legislation.
Thank you. Questions or comments from committee members on this one? I guess I'd pose a general question to OCFS. We didn't see written comment in your response on this subject. But I think we all noted the concern, especially at the district level, for the small number of cases that are getting that quality review. So do you have comment on that?
Thank you, Senator. I was just quickly reviewing. I thought we had addressed that, so my apologies that apparently that was not captured. However, we are fully committed to continuing to look at our QA process. The QA process is heavily influenced, as you heard, from the federal process, and in partnership with our federal partners in Region 1. But with that said, we're committed to continuing to look at the QA process and to make it as valuable and useful as it can be. And so we take OPEGA's recommendations and findings seriously, and we'll work on some specific ideas on how to further improve and build upon the foundation as it's described here of the QA system. But I do appreciate OPEGA pointing that out and including that point. And again, happy to report back on this through our quarterly processes with HHS committee and reports to this committee.
Thank you. Senator Claassen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On a parallel track, not a tangential, but on a parallel track, the folks who are populating the citizens committees as by federal regulations, they have access to doing some case review too. And we've invited them to specifically present what they can for the quarterly follow-ups.
Thank you. Dr. Landry suggested this be part of the quarterly review, and that makes some sense. I'm not an expert in this policy area, but quality review that is not timely is almost not worth anything, in my opinion. And it strikes me that either the folks doing this quality review maybe need to have their non-QA work assigned elsewhere, or you need more staff to be able to do more review and deliver it in a timely way so that it can inform the folks on the ground who might benefit from that learning. Not to say anything of the impact on the families and the quality of the service. So I know you are going to work on recommendations, Dr. Landry, but I guess it comes back to it comes back to workload on this front, I would think. So, you know, does my concern, as I've stated, that make sense to you? And do you have any response to that?
The only thing that I would respond to, Senator, on that is, certainly the QA process is not only federally required, but it's good best practice, and certainly something that we're committed to continuing to learn from, as well as to try to augment if possible. I would say that this is not the only way that quality reviews are conducted. Of course, that's a big part of the work of caseworker supervisors, as well as district level and regional associate directors, and quality review goes all the way to me in my role on certain cases, and so that quality process is still in place. This is just what we're referring to here, I believe, is the formal QA process. So while we're absolutely committed to that and continuing to improve it as we've discussed, I also want to be clear, it's not the only way that quality is reviewed, measured, and followed up on.
Okay. Thank you. Further comments or questions from members on this section? Seeing none, we'll go on to the next item.
Thank you, Senator Libby. So the next item is under, in the report, it is new caseworker training and case assignments. And as we described in the report in discussing the training, that the historically or most recent couple of years training had really been found to be insufficient to prepare caseworkers for their investigations work. And there was also concerns that we heard about the assignment of investigations to new caseworkers and the amount of cases assigned. The DHHS, OCFS did address these issue in their comment letter. And as we also addressed in the report, that this training has been revamped as in a collaborative effort between the department and the Cutler Institute at the Muskie School of Public Service with the University of Southern Maine. They've updated the initial foundations training curriculum, length, and format, and they've launched that in January of 2022. So at the time we were doing the report, we were unable to gather feedback on how that's going, but they have taken steps towards making some headway to have more useful training. And then, as Dr. Landry also mentioned earlier this afternoon, they have also reinstituted a field instruction program, which provides social work students with a comprehensive internship experience. And that is not directly related to training, but for it may be a pipeline for new caseworkers who would then have direct experience on the ground and doing this work. So they would come into the position with some valuable field work training. We did not identify anything regarding training, the training curriculum or assignment of cases to new workers in current pending legislation.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Arado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Landry, so now it's been about 4 months since the training's been updated. And what are you getting feedback? What are you getting for feedback on this new foundations course?
Thank you, Representative Barata. I will say that we have had one class have complete the new process of the foundations training. And so the feedback from that one class was generally fairly positive. They recommended some additional, suggestions, changes to the practice and to the new training. And so we're in the process of training our second group. As you see there, I believe in the response, in the full response that we have, it is a pretty significant time for that training. I believe it is 8 weeks, if I'm not mistaken. And so we've had time for one training cohort. We're currently training the second cohort. And so initial feedback has been this is an improvement. They've also, as I think we always want to hear, is how we can further improve it. But that's the feedback I can offer at this time. Again, we'd be happy to provide more feedback as we continue through more classes and have some more information that we can share in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Landry, is the foundations training syllabus or agenda or outline, is that something that's available for us to look at? And if you sent it to us, if you could point me in that direction. Thank you.
Senator, we'd be happy to provide that to the committee. I don't know if it's quite in a syllabus college course type format, but we'd be happy to provide that detail and some of that information to the committee. I believe we may have provided it to OPEGA, but just to be on the safe side, we'll just send it separately after this meeting.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just trying to get some sense of what's covered. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Landry, I can't recall if it was in testimony we received today or at some other point in the recent past, but there was the suggestion made that brand new caseworkers without much field experience were coming out of training and assigned a very large caseload out of the back. And I don't have quantitative numbers on what that looks like, but that was something I think we heard more than once. So has anything changed on that front since the new training has been rolled out? Or are new workers given a small caseload, or are they given a full caseload? And when does a new worker get a full caseload?
Thank you, Senator. So our intention and desire is for new workers to come out of training and to not have a full caseload from the beginning. And so roughly speaking, and I'll get you some of the details, we generally would like to see new caseworkers with about a half a caseload to start, and then over time that would increase further from there. I will say that there are times, given the specific needs of certain districts or certain situations in certain districts, where that is not possible. And so sometimes they come on with a larger caseload than we would prefer. And during that time frame, our efforts then really are focused on supporting them with additional supervisor support and other pieces in order to help offset that. And so we can get you some more details about that and about what our desire and intention are, as well as the recognition that sometimes that does not currently happen.
I'll say I trust you and that that's your goal and intention, is to give caseloads at half size for new folks. When you provide information to us, can you quantify what that means in practice? Because I know you've said sometimes there are cases where you can't afford to give those smaller caseloads. So can you quantify that for us? How often does it happen? How many districts? What districts? How many caseworkers does that affect? What kind of numbers are we talking about in terms of how much makes up a caseload in those circumstances, that kind of stuff?
Yes, we'd be happy to try to pull that together for you, Senator.
Great. Further questions or comments on this item? Okay, you want to move on to the next?
Sure, thank you, Senator Libby. Okay, so the next item is access to medical records and treatment information. And this was a theme that emerged throughout the course of OPEGA's work, is the challenges for caseworkers in accessing critical information during the course of investigations. And through both the surveys that we conducted and the interviews as well, respondents indicated that inaccessibility of medical records and treatment information is a barrier to completing thorough and timely investigations. So both getting the information that they need comprehensively and also getting it within the time frame that is necessary to meet the requirements of the 35-day to complete the investigation. The department did address this issue in their comment letter and also noted that this was an issue that came up in the Casey Family Programs and Collaborative Safety Review, and that there was a recommendation that came forward last fall to partner with medical providers as well as law enforcement to improve collaboration and information sharing. There's been a work group that has been established that includes medical, law enforcement, and representation from the Attorney General. I believe that was also referenced a bit earlier this morning, and that they reported the work group is meeting regularly to seek solutions and identify ways to address barriers to information that may be mentioned here, that possibly developing statutory changes to improve collaboration. And I believe that was brought up earlier as to what might be needed in the statutes to improve that. But there currently is not any legislation that we identified before the legislature that is addressing this issue.
Thank you, Lucia. Representative Barata.
Thank you. Dr. Landry, is there any reason why a standard waiver couldn't be developed that every medical provider knows is applicable to everybody throughout the state of Maine, kind of like the Maine Association of Realtors has forms that we know have been vetted and they're good for contracts and things of that nature. Are you working on developing any sort of standardized waiver?
Representative, we do have a standard DHHS, legal approved release of information that allows us to access information from hospitals, providers, et cetera. One of the points that I believe both the OPEGA report indicated as well as collaborative safety indicated is while there may be information being shared, for example, between hospitals and the OCFS and law enforcement and OCFS, sometimes the challenge has been sharing it among all three at the same time. And that is where we were working and continue to try to work on a template agreement. Some of the members of the Hospital Association, which is included in this work group, have indicated that might be challenging for every hospital to agree to that agreement, but we continue to work on that. Absent that, we're committed also to, if we need to work with each individual hospital to get comfortable with the sharing among all three of those parties, which is part of what collaborative safety identified as well as what OPEGA identified. In the meantime, as it relates to other treatment information, working specifically with behavioral health providers, we have worked with our colleagues in the Office of Behavioral Health, and I believe OPEGA has shared a copy of the guidance letter that we developed with the Office of Behavioral Health, specifically for those behavioral health treatment providers as it relates to information sharing and participation from the perspective of the entire family, including the child, and not just the parents as a quote unquote client of a behavioral health provider. I believe you have a copy of that. If you don't, we'd be happy to provide you with an additional copy.
Is this something where, is this a situation where legislation could help you to get more cooperation regarding a standard form?
It is possible. One of the things that the work group has identified is the possibility, as we indicate here in our comments, the need for or desire for some statutory language. We're working on that. We don't have anything available right now to share as it relates to that, but we're continuing to work with the other members of that work group in order to work on developing that if needed.
Thank you. And remember, we adjourn April 20th, and we're really eager to help you. So.
I understand and appreciate that very much. Thank you, Representative Rada.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Timberlake.
Thank you. I guess this is something we heard multiple times, or I've heard multiple times over the last month from people that I talked to. And I guess I asked Dr. Landry, you know, I'm a pretty simple guy, so I think in simple ways. Why isn't there a file that's following each child that goes along with what their medical needs are and what their medical requirements are? Because this seems to be something that becomes a resounding problem, that children and so forth are going for days and sometimes weeks without the proper medicine, the proper care. And this is something that really bothers me, Dr. Landry. Is there not just a simple way that a file can be handed from one caseworker to the next to the next? Am I missing something here?
Thank you, Senator. I will say that we do have that data in our system. The Katahdin system was launched, or the replacement to the previous system called Katahdin now was launched in January. That information is in the system. I think some of what you may be hearing is about sometimes whether or not that information is available for medical professionals, working with the youth, or other professionals that may be working with the youth. In that case, we're committed to working through any challenges that may be there, particularly if there's a change in medical providers. We try to make sure that that's facilitated as quickly as possible, but there can sometimes be delays, related to that. But as far as the information that we have on a child or a youth in custody, that information is maintained and updated in our system, and is available to the caseworkers. So if there is a change in caseworkers, then as soon as that case is assigned to them, they would have access to that information.
A follow-up, Mr. Chair. I guess my follow-up is, why wouldn't it happen immediately? Why would it take time to do it? I mean, I don't understand this. This is something that I don't accept. I'm sorry, Dr. Landry, but that's not my personality in this case. And, if this information is needed by a doctor or whomever, I would think it would be immediately transferred.
Well, we certainly attempt to transfer and share that information as soon as we're aware that there has been a change, and make sure that they have that information as quickly as possible. And so I'm not aware of some of the situations that you may be referring to where there was an extended delay, but be happy to look into it and see if there were some unique situations going on in those cases. Be happy to look into that further and try to see if there was something unique happening there, or if it's a system issue. But that information is available, and in fact, part of the reason we have our hotline call, or our 1-800 number, is not just to accept reports, but it is also for emergency situations of access to treatment, consent to treatment, and information around any medical questions. And so we handle those calls on a 24/7 basis from medical professionals, usually in an emergency situation as well.
Thank you. Further questions or comments from members on this section? I'm sensing a little frustration from members that we haven't figured this out yet. I'm not quite sure what the solution is. It seems so obvious on its face that this is a major communication impediment. Just offering that out as royal comment. Okay. Lucia, do you want to take us to the next section?
Sure, thank you. The next section is about services for families and children. So this was another area that emerged as a concern in the course of OPEGA's work on this topic, and they came through various sources, interviews with staff at OCFS, other stakeholders, our surveys with caseworkers and supervisors, and the results of the federal oversight. And so the issue that comes up is the access issues, availability, wait lists, the inability of families to get the services that they need. And there are, these are families that typically may be referred to mental health services, in-home behavioral health, substance use treatment, case management, and other services for the children as well. And DHHS did address this in their comment letter and talked about the importance of services and that efforts that they are pursuing to improve access to high quality services, including using increased federal funds to pay for behavioral health workforces, the behavioral health workforce, and working on systemic improvement plans for services. And they mentioned specifically the Children's Behavioral Health Services, which is part of OCFS as well, and provided references for members to look at those reports, and also referenced some recent guidance that they provided. And that is provided to you in your packet that you got today, in the portion with the DHHS materials. There's a copy of the guidance that they submitted, that they released to all behavioral health providers recently. So that is probably somewhat varied, but it is in your packet. And as for the question of legislation, there is one of the bills that is currently engrossed in both the House and the Senate, does have a number of provisions related to services for families. And one is additional funding for the Home Builders Program, which is an in-home skill-based parenting support program, and also additional funding for parents as teachers, which is an intensive family preservation service that is offered by the department, and also additional funding for kinship related to supportive services for kinship care. And then another provision in this bill is to require a study by the department regarding ways to allow a parent of a minor child that has been removed from the home to continue to receive services that the parent was eligible for prior to removal. So it sounds like there's a gap now, whereas once the child is removed, the parent may lose access to some services. And so this bill would request the department to do a study and report back to the HHS committee on ways to enable parents to continue access services and also receive priorities to support those families. The other two provisions on this bill will circle back to later. Some funding for the contingency fund, which I don't exactly know the details on, but I know it's established within the prevention section of statute. And then we'll circle back to this other issue on prevention. I would just say on the same topic, there is also some legislation related to supporting and services to families. There is a bill that would establish a pilot program to provide legal services to families and child protective. And that is on the special study table right now in the Senate. It was passed in the House, and that would be a pilot program. And there would be a report from a commission to develop the pilot program. They would submit a report to the legislature, specifically to Judiciary and HHS next fall. And then there is LB 1850, which is to ensure continuation of services to Maine children and families through the alternative response program. So as you might recall, alternative response program is something that has a contract that is winding down. And this bill, this is not yet reported out of committee, but my understanding that the draft amendment would provide the funding that's currently in the ARP contract and apply it to services for families that remain intact but are involved in child protective services. using an intense care coordination with high fidelity wraparound, as that's, I think, a term of art within these type of services. So it's a proposal to shift that funding that was delivered through ARP to a different format that would continue services to families. And again, that's not yet reported out of committee.
Thank you, Lucia. If Senator Claxton is still with us, I wonder if you might add any detail on 1850 that we might benefit from.
1850 would fall into the category of tertiary or late secondary prevention in terms of the phrases that I've been using. It identifies those families at a high risk for a child going into foster care or placement, and would provide a range of services called wraparound services that would help stabilize the family, give them additional resources in terms of parenting skills, additional support around behavioral health issues. Help with housing, transportation, really doing everything we can to keep these families intact. That's my non-social worker summary, but I defer to Dr. Landry for more detail.
Thank you, Senator. Dr. Landry, is this a new is this a pilot or established program? Intensive care coordination, high fidelity wraparound program.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Libby. This is a specific model program, so it's not just a conceptual term. It is a very specific model that has been research tested, so it has evidence behind it. It is included as a promising practice on the federal HHS clearinghouse. High fidelity wraparound is a program that in a different version previously was in the state, I believe 10 to 12 years ago, and was ended at some point, probably I would say 6 to 8 years ago. We have proposed to reinstitute high fidelity wraparound, not just for this population, but for a larger population using federal FMAP funds. We have applied to CMS for that project to use federal relief dollars to implement this program. And CMS has approved that conditional on other pieces that our colleagues in OMS will have to complete. This LD 1850 would add additional funding, as I interpret 1850, to further implement this program with this specific population of children and families who are at imminent risk of coming into the system, but these services could go into place in order to try to prevent that removal for our custody from occurring.
Thank you. Questions or comments from members on this item? These two items, rather. Seeing none, we should go to the next section.
Great. So the next item is prevention of child abuse and neglect, which was just briefly mentioned. So again, an issue that came up, or a theme that emerged for us, was some frustration around what was viewed as insufficient investment in prevention to get at the earlier stages of this. And as has been mentioned, there are these levels of prevention. There's primary, secondary, and tertiary. And so the question of what can be done more systemically to invest in services and approaches that could prevent families from ending up actually in the state of the investigation. So OCFS commented that about their commitment to prevention, and that they have been working on the Family First Prevention Services Act, which is a federal act, and how to implement that in Maine, and a focus on evidence-based prevention services. And I did want to note, in addition to what was just mentioned as this intensive care coordination with high fidelity wraparound being an element of prevention work, that one of the bills referenced earlier, but does have a specific provision in LD 393, which is a comprehensive bill with a number of that I would just went through with the services like the parents as teachers and home builders and the study by the department about continuation of services. That bill also has a provision that directs the commissioner of HHS to establish a special projects manager position that would be dedicated to coordinating and organizing child abuse and neglect prevention initiatives. And those would be both coordinating efforts within DHS, within different parts of DHS, and also across state agencies and with community partners, and leading a comprehensive statewide planning process. So that is my understanding of that provision. And again, that bill is has been passed to be engrossed in both bodies.
Dr. Landry, are you in support of that, the initiative that was most recently described, the central person who's charged with leading these reform and coordination efforts?
We worked with the committee on this, and I think Senator Claxton can talk more about how that was developed. I believe Representative Meyer was the sponsor on this bill, and so we worked with the sponsor on various components of this bill, and are comfortable certainly with with the provisions within 393. I recognize it has it is engrossed at this point, so there's still further debate or consideration about 393. That is, of course, the legislature's call. But we were very proud and happy to work with Representative Meyer and the members of the committee on the 393 components, not just this piece, but the other pieces that Dr. Nixon referred to.
Thank you. Questions or comments from members on this topic? Senator Claxton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only comment I would make is that you used the word lead the initiatives. I'm not sure that's as appropriate as the word coordinate. It with as many different initiatives ongoing, the committee wanted to make sure that there was somebody who was a experienced project manager available to track progress on these things and give them the best chance of success. Thank you.
That's helpful clarification. So, Dr. Landry, where in the organization chart does this person fall? Put a different way, how many people are in between you as director and this coordinator?
So I can take that, Senator. This position, as in statute, is in the commissioner's office, and so it would be under Commissioner Lambrou. And my understanding is the vision is not to micromanage OCFS, but rather oversee the full continuum, similar to the Children's Cabinet, of how all of these systems that are part of the child welfare system work together. And so this person would report to the commissioner and work alongside Director Landry and our other office directors, as well as our partners in other state agencies.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bogart. Okay. Questions or comments from members on this section? Lucia, do you want to move on to, I think you'd referenced one or two of the documents that you've been working on.
Sure. So one item I can just quickly share and send you as well, but let me see. Okay. I don't know. What are you seeing? Are you still seeing the same document?
I'm seeing a new table.
Okay, great. Okay, hold on. Let me adjust the screen a little bit though, because I know it's pretty small. Okay. All right. So one thing I did to just and I'll email this as well, but this is the various bills that I just referenced in the context of the different recommendations and concerns, is to list them all in one place so that you could have this list handy and available to you as to these various, all of these different bills are referenced, are CPS related bills, most of which have come up in the chart that I was just walking you through, but this provides them in a sort of numerical order, and also includes LD 1850 3, which is about oversight. And I understand that that bill has now been signed. So that that is additionally on there. And then there's one other bill that has also been signed, which might have fallen off this chart because it had already been enacted, but that was the governor's bill, also related to oversight and the ombudsman and the various panels. And then the second page of this, I quickly put together. There was a number of bills that Senator Claxton referenced this morning that we hadn't been actively tracking because they're more broadly related to children and families. But I thought it might be useful to you at this point in the session. And since they were referenced by Senator Claxton, of these other bills that relate to services for children and families and providing those side of things. So nothing specific to really go over with you, but I would like, wanted you to have these as you are looking at what potential vehicles are available. And so these, say, as Senator Claxton mentioned this morning, a number of them are on the appropriations table. So there was that document. Are there any questions on those at this time? It's more sort of a point of reference that for you to have it in one place.
No, I just want to point out for folks how impressive it is to have a staff who can produce a document like this in real time. It's awesome. And we thank you and recognize the effort that goes into that.
I do have one other document that I pulled together in real time, and I will just caution that because I did it in real time, it may not be the most complete, but I know you were hearing a lot of suggestions this morning. And so in an effort to sort of think about, I know you're interested in what can you do? I was hearing that, what is the committee going to do next? And so this is not a summary of testimony. It is picking out where specific actions, either suggested actions by the agency or by the legislature, came up in public testimony this morning, and they're organized by when they came up. And so I did create this chart. And again, I can email this out as well, but where, again, it is just not a full summary, but the specific actions that I was able to capture. So there were several during Senator Diamond's testimony and follow-up questions, several when Senator Claxton presented some information. The testimony provided by Melissa Hackett from the Maine Children's Alliance had a series of 11 specific suggestions related to action by the legislature or the agency. And then there was 2 items that were brought up in the context of the testimony from Melanie Blair.
All right, thank you. So I think at this point, I'm looking for committee members to sort of help us guide where we go next, and I'll set the table, I guess. And I'm looking for members' feedback. We've heard a series of concrete policy suggestions that I think we need to probably digest for at least a day or two. We recognize we've got 7 or 8 business days until statutory adjournment, so we have a time crunch. We've identified some gaps from the OPEGA report and the legislation that's moving through the process that may or may not be able to be filled. We've heard a request for a special task force to be established to continue driving change from a legislative perspective through the summer and fall. And then we've also got the 3rd phase of the OPEGA investigation, which this committee can modify or change based on what we've learned here in these last few weeks. So I've put like 5 or 6 things on the table, and I'm looking for Lucia to correct me first on anything I may have stated incorrectly, or maybe she wants to add to. So I'll call on Lucia first, and then Senator Timberlake.
I don't have any corrections, but I did want to share with you the overview of the full project quickly, if that's okay. It's just a 1-page to give you the context of this overall project. Let me see if I can quickly find that for you. Okay, is that coming up okay for you now?
Yeah.
Okay, so as you may recall, last July you received the request, and in August of 2021 you set forth a 3-part overview of 3-part project. And So first, OPEGA delivered an information brief on the oversight of Child Protective Services. Then this looked at the role of the ombudsman, the role of the various panels, and the responsibilities of the different entities. And there has since been some legislation relating to oversight that is either enacted or already signed into law. So there's been some follow-up work on that legislatively. And then the second report, which you just received 2 weeks ago and we're talking about today, was the assignment from the GOC specifically was for OPEGA to look at investigations, understand how they're designed and conducted, how well they're performed, quality assurance, the roles and coordination between key parties, and really getting the perspectives of staff and stakeholders. So there is still, the project is still open, and there is one remaining piece of work that was assigned to OPEGA back at the outset, and that is looking at reunification and permanency. So whereas this report in March that was delivered is focused on when the report comes in and it's assigned for investigation and what's happening during that period of investigation and how decisions are made and what the various issues and concerns are in getting those investigations done. And we tapped into for the survey, for instance, it was the investigations caseworkers and the investigation supervisors. So there's another unit and another key part of the process, which is once a child has been removed, there's the reunification and permanency planning aspect of Child Protective Services work. And so that third piece that was assigned to be its own report and come third in the process would be looking at the reunification and permanency assessment, how that's done, how well it's done, what's the legal and policy framework, what are the roles and coordination. Here there's more engagement with the courts. So that would be a piece of it, attorneys, guardians ad litem, and then again, an interest from the committee in understanding the perspectives of staff and stakeholders. So that is a broad brush of where you are and what remains. And I just wanted to make sure you had that context as well.
Great, thank you, Lucia. Senator Timberlake.
And I hate broad brushes. I guess I'm totally exasperated. I think you said it right, Mr. Chair. The where we go from here and how we get there, nothing's changed. I'm looking at an email before me that I'm looking at that's happened within the last 3 days with a 10-day-old child. And it's the same exact thing we've heard a year ago, that we heard 6 months ago, that we heard 3 months ago. There is no changing happen. We've thrown millions of dollars at this. We learned, or I guess I learned today, that we're at 50 vacancies, and yet we're giving them more people, more money. We listened to people testify today. There was other people that really wanted to testify today, but are really, and I think they truly are, really scared of retaliation, which bothers me to an extent that we even have to have this conversation. I'm very concerned about the bureaucracy that I'm listening to. Everything becomes a big circle and it comes back around, and I'm just going to be blunt because anybody that knows me knows that's the way I am. I don't lie to you, or at least I intentionally don't lie to you, but I tell you the way I feel, and then I get over it and I move on. But we're at a moment in our life and that we have a real problem. And I haven't heard, and I hope we bring Senator Diamond back into this conversation in a minute, because I don't know as I have the fix for it, but I can tell you right now, if I was king for a day, there'd be some stinking changes done in that department. and they'd happen. And one of them is how to communicate. I don't think, and I don't know, but I would like to ask Dr. Landry that how many of his people that are supervisors sitting behind the desk and himself, how many times they're going out in the field themselves and experience what's happening. You know, I'm a farm boy in downtown Turtle, Maine. I got 65 people working for me today. But I'll jump on a brush chopper and I'll jump on a sprayer and I'll go spray my fields and I help pick my apples. And I have experienced what every worker that works for me has. And I'm afraid that we're not experiencing that. I listen to people. I listen to people call me in the week because I do have a passion for this. And I have a passion to fix it. I'm not looking to use the wide brush and paint over this anymore. I want an answer. I want a solution. And I haven't seen anything today with all the bills that we passed that gets us there, because none of these bills deal with the one problem we got, and that's communication from the top to the bottom. They're not bad people. They're all great people. I think they're really good people, but somewhere they're not getting the right guidance, and they're getting away with covering up for each other. And I'm just going to say it because that's what's happening. Now, Mr. Chair, I don't know where we go, but I would ask, because Senator Diamond has a lot of experiences here, if he's got any recommendation, because I am really open to a solution. And it isn't just walking away today and say, we'll address this in another 2 weeks or another month. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for listening to my rant. I'm sorry.
It's okay, Senator. Senator Diamond. Senator Diamond has been posed a question, more or less, or remarks have been directed your way, Senator Diamond. Do you care to respond?
Of course, thank you. Thank you, Senator Timberlake. I appreciate the passion. I don't know. I think that there's a disconnect someplace. First off, I would caution us to provide excuses in the terms of staffing shortage and the kind of things we know that's been going on for a long time, and attach that to reasons why kids are still dying. They're always going to have staffing shortages, but I think there's a disconnect between the passion you saw from some of the testimony today, the tears and the worry and the frustration. There's a huge disconnect from that to the management. It doesn't seem to be there. It doesn't seem to be a connection or an understanding or an appreciation of that. And that's the feeling that I get when I watch and listen. And it's like, I think Senator Timberlake is right. I mean, I worry that we're going to work on the problems with the staffing, and we're going to do in the training, but nothing really changes. And I think that's a real problem for us, all of us. So there's a miss between the passion out there in the field and the kids are dying and all the mistakes that are being made, between that and what's being received, or at least understood or acknowledged at the top of the management. So I don't know how we fix that, I guess. I still believe we all should jump in the middle of this and dig and scrape away and try to find and get a surface that we can look at. But I don't see that. I'm hopeful that we're not going to do this, but I'm a little worried that we're going to go away and say, well, we're going to solve the staffing shortage and that'll solve the problem. When we know that there's a big issue there that's not being, at least it doesn't appear to being acknowledged. So that's my real gut feeling, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Follow up, Senator Timberlake, or?
No, I'll have something to say in the end, but I think other people got things to say and they should have their turn.
Okay, thank you. Representative Bleier, followed by Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also agree with Senator Timberlake. A lot of the scenarios we saw today are going to be helpful, but I really do not believe that it's going to fix the problem. I think the problem starts from the top, goes all the way down, and needs to be changed all the way up the line. And that's the only way we're going to fix this problem.
Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't have any grand solution, but what I'm struggling with, and I assume this is kind of like a work session, so we're having a discussion. I'm trying to figure out, how to get at the problem. Like Senator Diamond says, there's this disconnect, and then we have the problem of people not feeling they can come forward with information, and doing that deep dive to get at the problem so we can find the solution. So I'm trying to figure out the best way and the fastest way to do that. Whether it's a task force, whether it's this committee, whether it's a subcommittee formed by members of this committee and the HHS committee. So that's what I'm struggling with, is what is the best way forward to continue what we have started. And I acknowledge it's, we've only started, and we need to do a lot more work. So that's what I'm thinking. And I welcome thoughts from others.
Thank you, Senator Bailey. Senator Claxton, followed by Senator Bennett. You're on mute, Senator Claxton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to my institutional experience at hospitals, and multiple hospitals, not just one. And changing cultures in a large organization is like turning a glacier or a big ice flow. It takes time, and it takes concerted, focused effort. And having listened to hours of testimony and having lots of opportunities to talk to the people who've spoken to us from OCFS, I don't go to bed at night not worrying that they don't care. I think they're frustrated in the resources they're given and how to turn that into effective motion forward. I think the confluence of the 5 horrific deaths last year has created an urgency that we should be taking advantage of. But I flinch at the use of the word fix the problem, the phrase fix the problem or fix this. There isn't a this to fix. There's multiple layers of this onion that have to be peeled and addressed layer by layer to get to substantial and sustainable improvement. The people, my impression is the folks at OCFS really care, and that to do the work that the caseworkers do, sometimes you have to separate yourself from the emotions. And so sometimes it may not look like they care, but you can't cry every time there's bad news and get your job done. You have to be a professional. And I think the department is full of people who are professionals. So is there an opportunity for some sort of advisory council, feedback council? I certainly would consider such a thing so that the department has access to caseworkers and kinship folks and foster families who are not kinship in shaping policies. But we're on the path of doing a number of things, and we have no way of knowing whether it will be enough other than we know that it won't be. And what is enough? And how do you measure that? And it's very frustrating. So I share that with everybody. But it's going to take some time to turn the iceberg and get this thing headed the way people want it to, so it's done consistently. Sorry, just my perspective.
No need to apologize, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Senator Diamond pointed out this disconnect between the kind of passion in the testimony we heard today and the kind of bureaucratic reaction that we experience or sensing anyway. And I think that's felt among the people of our state and this whole issue. I mean, I hear from people all the time who have glimpses of this, family dysfunction, which gets terrible in some cases, and children die. And here we are. Why can't state government do anything about it? I've been involved in a number of businesses and other organizations that have struggled and needed turnaround, and the culture issue is dead on right. Every single time there's a problem in culture that needs to get fixed, and it is, and Senator Claxton's right, it's never solved. It's one of these things requiring vigilance and work all the time, but it needs committed leadership. And one of the most important critical things in changing culture and fixing most problems is communication, and which has been discussed so many times here. And it's communication from the people who are afraid to talk, who are familiar with the system and problems with it, afraid to bring those forward. We've heard the communication issues when people bring cases and report incidences, they don't know what happens to them. We've heard, communications from within people in the system, not talking with each other when it's necessary. And I don't have a magic answer either, but I do think that one critical focus of this committee and anybody working on this is fixing this communication issue and finding ways for people to talk more openly and share information. I think we're stymied by this notion of privacy, which is obviously important, but we need to dig into that, and we can't just use it as an excuse for horrible communication. And that's going to require some work, and whether this task force that's working on this is part of that, maybe there's other things that we need to do, but I'd really like to focus some attention on how do we all improve communication from the community, from hospitals and schools and police departments to the department, through the legislature, through policymakers. How do we fix this communication problem? Because without good information, without good sharing, all these well-intentioned efforts and all the well-intentioned people are not going to be able to continue to work on this problem and find better solutions. That's where my mind is and where my focus is right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Senator Bennett, that as you were talking, that brings us kind of back to what Senator Diamond was talking about in terms of transparency and confidentiality. And so it does seem like one task, whatever entity takes it on, is really to do a deep dive at the confidentiality statute. I know I've looked at it a number of times. It is kind of piecemeal, kind of cobbled together. A lot of it is open to interpretation, and I think that that oftentimes breeds distrust when what can be disclosed is at the discretion of the department. And so people oftentimes perceive and feel, and maybe rightfully so, that the department is selective about what they share to suit, whatever they're seeking to do or an outcome they're seeking. So I would throw that out there, that again, whatever entity we decide should kind of pick up this work and continue after we adjourn, that they do a deep dive and look at improvements to the confidentiality. And I think that that would play into and go towards the communication issues that you just raised, Senator Bennett. It's all tied together. It would also go towards the transparency issues that Senator Diamond has raised.
Thank you. I did receive 2 messages from members that Representative Millet has been raising his hand. I'm sorry, Representative Millet, but I hadn't seen you before. Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Landry, and to everybody who has spoken. We've heard from 5 senators, all on the committee except for Senator Diamond. And I think every one of them has expressed the feelings that most of us, I can't speak for anyone other than myself today, feels a frustration, a lack of action, a lack of follow through, and a need to really raise the stakes here and put together a plan of action, because it's not there, and it's seemingly not even being spoken to today, other than in the comments from the public and from Lucia's summaries of action opportunities that we as a Government Oversight Committee might endorse here in the next 8 days, because 8 months ago, I heard the department talking about a call to action before they entered into the Casey study. And I'm thinking, it's been 8 months and we haven't done much. That seems to have even taken, as Senator Diamond said, a deep dive into the cause of those children that have died. We haven't really gotten to the underlying circumstances that we could even turn to a prevention effort and learn from those experiences. But I'm also thinking that in the next 8 days, as you've said, Senator, we need to do something that reflects the work that's been done. I think Lucia had a good summary, and Senator Claxton's done a good job of looking at all the LDs. And Senator Bailey mentioned the possibility of some group prioritizing the legislation that's before us and maybe zeroing in on those that we think would produce the greatest amount of action and when we reach adjournment. And I'm thinking that, you know, the chairs and leads of H&HS have done a lot of work. Senator Claxton and Representative Stover in particular are deeply involved in all of the bills that are pending and might be able to skim through them and look at those that have the greatest potential for action and help advise not only leadership, but this committee. And I know you, Senator Libby, and your co-chair would be involved in that. And frankly, I think our leaders, our floor leaders and our presiding officers would be interested in knowing, as I would, and Amy and Donna from Probes, along with Jessica. We've got bills that will be on the table and will be looked at in the appropriations table clearing. And we don't have the knowledge to prioritize them unless somebody puts them through a real sieve or a strainer and looks at which ones will produce the greatest return on investment. And you know, I keep thinking about next fall in the 3rd phase, and I very much appreciate Lucia's keeping us right up to date. And I was just looking at that 1-page summary and thinking back to the message we heard from the child care lady and the foster care ladies. I think we ought to replace the word stakeholders in that very last bullet and make darn sure that the next phase looks and involves surveys and conversations with those 2 categories of stakeholders and in precise focus and attention. But then I'm worried too, there's a children's cabinet functioning out there. Are they aware as a group of the concern that is occurring here and the lack of apparent action within the current structure of organization and the current administration? We need to raise the level of attention, not just in the next 8 days, but in the weeks and months that follow before we get the 3rd report and we get further quarterly reports in the presence of this committee and DHHS and the H&HS committee. So I guess I'm of the same mind of letting the department folks who are watching us here today hear our collective frustration at the lack of comprehensive and precise and focused action and the need to get our act together and to move forward together, particularly in the near term and with a clearer focus on, and I understand what Senator Claxton is saying. It's more than one layer of the onion that needs fixing. So we need to fix a lot, but we need to show what we can do quickly and put our attention to that. I'm just suggesting, I think that screening what Lucia summarized at the bill's pending, summarizing the actions that or the testimony we've heard today, and try to get to a point of saying, what are the top 5 things we can do in the next 8 days to put this process in action toward resolution. And I don't know how to do it, but I share the total frustration.
Thank you, Representative Mel. Senator Timberlake.
Try to make this my last one, I promise. I think one of the things I'd like to throw forward, and it's just to go down through all the notes that I wrote today. The one thing I heard today would be something that I don't know if we can do, but I'd like to look into it, is a whistleblower assurance that would let people be able to contact us or somebody without it being turned over to and having some retaliation. I think if we could figure out how we can do that and legally do that, I think that's something, Mr. Chair, that I'd like to have us look into. Because I think there's some people that would come forward with some more information if they had an assurance that they wouldn't get in trouble somehow over it. I'd just like to say to Senator Claxton, you know I have a great appreciation for you, but if you know me, Senator, I'd grab the onion and I'd peel the son of a gun back till I got to where part of the problem, where the rotten spot was, and then I'd cut it out. And, you know, we have to do that. And at some point, and the other thing that I got to say that, you know, if we all aren't careful, we could be looking at a new administration. And for sure, we're going to be looking at a new administration, a new legislature in about 7 months, 8 months. And that means that we'll be starting all over again. Because I've been around long enough to know that when you go from either one administration to the other, or even one legislature to another, even if it doesn't change parties and nothing changes, you start over again. And that's very concerning to me, because if you remember when we started this, I said this was an emergency. I believe this is still an emergency today. Back in December, when Senator Libby and I went out in the back room to have a conversation for a minute, he thought it was an emergency. I think it was an emergency. I still believe it was an emergency. And I'm going to fight for a 10-day-old baby that's 10 days old today, that's being passed around like a hot potato. That's something that really bothers me. I want you to think about that. A 10-day-old baby has no idea where it's going for the next few days. And the potential of something bad happening to that baby is true. If you would see the house that they moved that baby into yesterday afternoon, you'd be ashamed of yourself. This is a problem that's happening today. We need to do something about this. I think my recommendation is that we either reconvene on Monday or Tuesday and hopefully come up with something after hearing what we've heard today, and that we come up with something for a plan to move forward, that we talk to each other throughout the weekend and over the next few days and come with something for a plan to move this forward. All I can think about and all I thought about last night was a 10-year-old baby, a 10-day-old baby, 10 days old. This is something that's serious, folks. And it's happening today. Anyway, I've done my last rant. You guys know how I feel. I will work like the son of a gun with anybody that wants to find a solution. And I thank everyone here because I know you all have the same passion. I told you, kids are my weakness and the elderly is my weakness. So you found my vulnerable spot.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Bennett.
Well, I only suggest that Senator Timberlake is closer to one of those categories he's so vulnerable to than the other. Just joking, Jeff. I think Senator Timberlake has the right idea here. I think that, you know, given that it's 3 o'clock on a Friday afternoon, and the staff here, our terrific staff, has already assembled so much of our thinking here. If we could just get that before, you know, the end of the day, whatever the current status of that material is, and have us think about it and talk with each other and do whatever over the weekend and come back on Monday with a work session. I know it's disruptive to people's schedules, but I think this needs to happen given where we are. Come back on Monday and assemble all these ideas, little fragments of ideas, and get a game plan and move forward.
Thank you, Senator Bennett. I want to offer an alternative, which is Wednesday afternoon, 3 o'clock. And the reason I offer a couple extra days, a couple extra working days, I think having some time in the building Monday and Tuesday to talk with colleagues, I think will be time well spent. I think some of the folks that have written testimony to us, presented testimony today, as well as other days, will have thoughts to contribute, and I'd like for us to gather some of that as well. And that would still leave 4 legislative days and about a week's time to come up with an action plan. And if I have a crystal ball, I think an action plan may involve some kind of some type of GOC, HHS working group that might be established to continue this work through the spring, summer, and fall. And that's in addition to the OPEGA investigation that we can make some adjustments to as well. So I want to throw that out there for consideration. And Senator Claxton, followed by Representative Arata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard a very specific request from Representative Millett, and I would certainly be willing to take the lead over the weekend and the next few days to try and prioritize the bills that have come out of committee in terms of maximal impact, working with GOC and chairs and leads and HHS. We can line those up and try and come up with his requested top 5. I'd be more than glad to take that on, and we'll start that email chain.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. So Senator Claxton has volunteered to take on some of that data gathering work and prioritizing for that was requested for Representative Millett. I think we'd all like to see that work product. So thank you. Representative Arata.
Thank you, Senator Libby. I was wondering if before we meet on Wednesday, if the department would be able to compile some information about those deaths, those child deaths that occurred, if maybe we'll be able to see a pattern. I know it's short time, but there might be some data already available within the department. That's all I have to contribute. Thanks.
Thank you. I saw Ms. Bogart pop on the screen. Did you want to speak to that question, Ms. Bogart?
Sure, I'll just note that we'll work with our Attorney General, our Assistant Attorney General of the Child Protective Division to see what we can provide beyond what's publicly available.
Thank you. Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to invite Senator Diamond if he had any final thoughts or suggestions before we adjourn. Thank you.
Senator Diamond, remarks have been directed your way.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Bailey. I'm really pleased to hear that you're going to continue on, and other than just a more routine matter. It sounds like if you proceed with putting together some type of task force, Representative Amata that's an excellent idea. I getting that information would be helpful as long as you can get all of it on each one, that would be really helpful. But in terms of moving forward, in a more unusual, more determined way, as Representative Millett has talked about, I think that really could make a difference. It's going to require a lot of work in a short period of time, probably. But if a group has been authorized to proceed on an aggressive basis over the summer and fall, that could be productive. So I think that's I appreciate that, and as all of you do, I know, and I thank you for the chance to express my thoughts today.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, so I made a suggestion for Wednesday afternoon at 3, having been a former member of leadership. I think we kind of need a little bit of that time and a late meeting time as well to accommodate the unpredictable session. I know Senator Timberlake will help convey that message to the Senate and House leadership that we have an important Wednesday afternoon meeting. Are we okay with that, Senator Bennett?
Yeah, I just wanted to inquire. I trust this will be an in-person meeting in our committee room that we'll be planning.
I think this will be our first, yeah. Well, I don't know if it'll be the first of 2022, yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So how about a thumbs up on that course of action? Okay, great. All right, so we all individually have some work to do between now and then, and we'll come to that 3 p.m. Meeting with some ideas and suggestions to put on paper and move us forward. All right, so I did get a message. Okay. Before we wrap up this section, we do need a motion to endorse the second phase of the OPEGA report. So a motion would be in order at this time. Representative Millett?
I would move that motion as you stated it.
Second.
So motion made by Representative Millett, seconded by Senator Bennett. Questions or comments? Representative Arata.
Thank you. I don't feel that at this time we have complete information. There's still more information that we need regarding investigations. What happened, what went wrong during the investigations of those other children who passed away. I don't feel comfortable at this time saying that this is complete. In no way do I want to impugn the work of the committee, but I just I think we need a little bit more. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative. Lucia.
I just wanted to clarify that the scope of work that we were assigned did not specifically ask for us to investigate those child deaths. And so if you have more work for us to do, that's definitely your prerogative. But I just want everyone to review on page 1 of the report were the 6 items that we were asked to do, and that we delivered what the best that we could in the short amount of time that we had on those items, and that I don't believe that that specific thing was part of the assignment that we received from the GOC at the time. So I just wanted to offer that up.
Thank you, Lucia. I would just offer that we assigned the staff the scope that's described on page 1 of the report. And there are 6 components, 1 through 6. We gave them that assignment, I believe. I don't recall when exactly, September maybe. And the staff recommended timeline for completion was several months longer than what the GOC ended up adopting and directing. So we, as a GOC, we gave the staff the 6 items to investigate, and we also gave them a timeline to complete that work that was shorter than they had requested. So given those 2 dynamics, I feel they've met the charge. I certainly understand your point, Representative Arata, that there's more information to gather. I think one thing we can look to is phase 3 of the project, which has not fully started in earnest, and we still have the ability to make adjustments to what we approved in September. We can add components to that 3rd phase. It may impact the timeline for returning that report. But as far as the motion before us, I'm feeling this is among the best of reports that I've seen from OPEGA in terms of quality, in terms of efficiency and turnaround time. So I'd be supporting the motion before us. Representative Arata.
Thank you, Senator. It's not my intention to criticize the quality of the report, but I just feel like there's more that we need, the things that we talked about earlier. Perhaps we could table this motion until we meet again on Wednesday.
That's certainly an option. Senator Timberlake.
I guess my question is, Mr. Chair, is there any reason that even if we pass this report, we couldn't ask the staff to get us some more information of the stuff that we're looking for as we progress forward through this? I mean, I agree with you, Mr. Chair. I think they've done what we've asked them to do. We want more information. I get where Amy's coming from, or Representative Arata, sorry. But, you know, I think there's more information that we'd all like, and I think that we're going to ask for some more information either through you on Monday or Tuesday as we run into each other in the halls, and hopefully they're going to help get us that information that we need so we can do, as Senator Claxton says, start to peel back the onion a little bit. Is there anything that isn't true about that?
Truer words had never been spoken by you, Senator Timberlake.
Oh yeah, everything I said earlier was just as true.
No, we can both endorse the report and review the 3rd phase of the project and direct OPEGA to investigate and explore additional items and try to answer some of the questions that have emerged. So we can do both, but I also don't want to rush a vote if folks want more time to consider it. So it's really the pleasure of the committee. Representative Arata.
I move that we table this motion until Wednesday, at our meeting on Wednesday.
Okay. Motion to table has been made by Representative Arata. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Timberlake. Tabling motion is not debatable, so I'll ask for a show of hands. All those in favor of tabling, raise your hand. Okay, and all opposed? Okay, so I counted 3 in favor and 5 opposed, and so the motion fails. And so the current motion before us is endorsement of the OPEGA report. Is there further discussion? Senator Timberlake, was that a hand for further discussion?
No, it's a hand for I vote to get it over with.
Okay. I would like the committee to consider another motion to push this off a bit. We have a long history of unanimous reports endorsing OPEGA's work, and I'd like, if we're going to deviate from that long tradition, I'd like that to be done thoughtfully, and so I'd ask if we are not able to have a unanimous vote today, that we wait until we reconvene again to have further discussion. Senator Bennett.
Thanks. I'm just reading the specific charge and looking at the report, and I think it does meet it. So that's where I landed. It's this very narrow question we're being asked. We're not being asked whether we're happy with everything. We're just asking whether the staff did what we asked them to do. And I think, to be fair, although I share Representative Arata's frustration, as we all do, with sort of the incompleteness of the greater task, I think that the narrow question of approving this report, we should just acknowledge that and move on so we can focus on part 3 and elaborating a part 3, which gets to the next phase of issues that we need to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bennett. Representative Arata.
Thank you. I guess so the next phase is reunification and permanency. However, it doesn't sound like we're satisfied with what we've heard about the investigations. So the information we're looking for is somewhere between the two. So I'm not sure how to address that.
Well, I'd say what we have the power to do as a GOC is discuss what phase 3 looks like as we conceived of it almost a year ago, and then think about all the information we've gathered and all the questions that have surfaced, and what adjustments to that phase 3 project do we want to consider adopting. And I think that is totally and completely in our purview, and is a way, I think, to get at what you're hoping to learn, Representative Arata. So the phase 3 is not set in stone by any means.
Okay, that makes me feel a lot better about moving forward. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion on the table. Folks ready for the question? Representative Arata, you're comfortable with the motion? Okay. All in favor? I have 8 in favor. Those opposed? All right, the motion carries. And we've discussed coming in at 3 o'clock on Wednesday. Lucia, do we need presiding officer authorization, or are we able to schedule that?
I need to check on that. The GOC doesn't fall under the same provisions as policy committees, but I do know last year there was time that we did request permission. So I would just like to follow up on that and either put in a request. I know that policy committees aren't authorized to meet any longer without presiding officer permission, but I would need to check. But I think we can go ahead and schedule just like we had this meeting scheduled, which is after the policy committees are meeting. So I will follow up on that and let you know if there's any paperwork that needs to be done.
I think, Mr. Libby, if you just walk into the president's office and say, do you know who I am? I think it'll work just fine for you.
I take it you've tried that in life, and that's success. So, all right.
He tells me to read the board. It's 22 to 13.
All right. We'll plan to meet in person. We'll confirm all this with everyone by email, and I think we'll figure out a way to communicate to the legislative leadership so that they can plan their Wednesday session as best they can, and we can meet. So I thank everyone for the discussion so far. Looks like we're at a point where we can close this part of, I guess we'll continue the work session to the next meeting. That'll probably be the right. Do we need a motion for that? No. Okay. All right. So Senator Claxton, Senator Diamond, folks from the department, thank you all for joining us this afternoon. We'll move forward with the rest of our agenda. We have a work session on the research expense tax credit. We have director's report, and we're at 3:30 in the afternoon. I don't think that anything timely is going to happen with the research expense credit this session, given that a bill dealing with it was moved ought not to pass. So I'm going to suggest we table this work session until a future meeting, unless there's objection. Okay. And by table, I mean not take it up today. We'll put it on an agenda in the future. Okay, with that, we're going to move into the director's report. And before we turn it over to Lucia, I think everyone knows that this is Lucia's last meeting, or last regularly scheduled meeting. We'll see her next Wednesday as well. But since I've already started on this train, I just want to begin by sharing my thanks for Lucia, her contributions, her enormous efforts, the long hours, the very challenging tasks that she's been assigned with. It's been a pleasure to work with her closely, and I know on behalf of Representative McDonald, Representative Stover, it really has been a pleasure to work closely with her and the staff over this legislature, and she'll be moving on to a great opportunity at OFPR. So she'll be over in the other building. She'll still be around, but as far as her time with OPEGA, it's nearing the end. And so with that, Lucia, just on behalf of the committee, want to say thank you. And we wish you the very best on your next adventure.
Thank you very much, Senator Libby. It's been a pleasure working with all of you, both individually and as a group. And I look forward to seeing you in the State House and assisting with whatever I can as we move forward. So thank you very much. And I'll see you on Wednesday.
And I'm just glad some of us serve on both GOC and AFA, so we don't really lose you. So,
Senator Timberlake.
I have to run, so I'm going to get running, but I just want to say thank you, Lucia, for everything you've done. You've been fantastic, and I do have to run. It's my daughter's birthday today, and my wife is threatening me if I don't have things ready when she gets home and gets here. So I'm going to run. I thank you all. You've done great to work with.
Thanks, Senator. Okay. Lucia, do you want to give your report?
Yeah, sure. Quickly, just to review the work plan. As you know, you've in the depths of the Child Protective Services investigation today. I would also just note to have on your radar, there was the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services project. A portion of that work was put on hold at the start of the Child Protective Services investigation work, and at some point in the next number of months or so, or weeks, the committee may want to revisit and decide whether to keep it on hold or proceed in one direction or another. I would also note, related to that, the first part of the MCILS report, you've been doing quarterly follow-up meetings with MCILS, and their last quarterly update was in February, so it would be timely to schedule their next report later this spring, once you're out of session, and schedule a meeting again. And happy to report also that staff are working on 2 new tax expenditure evaluations, one related to media production companies or the film credit, and the other is a very specific thing related to construction funds for maintenance and replacement of fishing vessels. So we have tax staff getting started on those to keep the tax expenditure evaluations moving. And as the majority of staff being focused on Child Protective Services. And then just quickly, for the new requests that have come before the GOC this session, there are 2 open requests that are still out there for your consideration, the Wild Blueberry Commission and the Workday. And those are sort of pending further follow-up or information that the committee may have, but those are still out there. And I see that there is a question, I think.
Representative Arata.
Thank you. Ms. Nixon, does it make sense in light of what we went through today to put the tax expenditure studies on hold so that OPEGA can examine child welfare, spend that time on child welfare instead?
I think that is a decision, for you all as to where the GOC directs the resources. I will say that there are also priorities and interest in keeping the tax expenditure work moving, and recommendations coming out of a tax expenditure review task force that happened last summer. And we have tried to keep the tax expenditure work moving with some staff that are more focused on that. I think it would be, we can think about whether those resources will help. Sometimes it depends, I think, a bit maybe on what the specific tasks are that end up being the scope for that phase 3 piece and whether it would work. And so I think that that's something for additional consideration.
So that's something we could consider on Wednesday as well, perhaps. Thank you.
We can certainly consider it. We had some discussion on that topic last fall when we were developing this framework, and I'll maintain my position, which is we set the scope of work with a time frame, and we trust the staff to manage resources to accomplish the work without micromanaging the day-to-day, but we can certainly discuss it on Wednesday. Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't look at, I have utmost faith in staff to do what we direct them to do. I do, for my own sake, like all of us, we have a limited amount of bandwidth, and frankly, I worry about my own ability to spend time on tax expenditures when this more important matter is before us. And I would be of the mind that if it's helpful at all, what I don't want to do is get the sense of like we need to have this so that we can do our work in a way. I would prefer to kind of mull this over and think about what those additional resources are available, would be helpful to our most important function right now, and discuss it as you're suggesting on Wednesday. But I would be in favor of just like halting the work of the committee anyway, to focus purely on this. I mean, we just saw that today when we had this item on our agenda, which we pushed into the indefinite unknown. And I think we may be doing that until we do this one job as best we possibly can. And if we could do one thing well, and I feel good about it before we adjourn anyway, I think we'll all be more prepared to deal with the next thing. So thank you.
Sure, I appreciate the sentiment. I know exactly, Representative Arata and Senator Bennett, why you're suggesting it. I just know that how we work as lawmakers sitting on a committee is different than how the OPIC office works as a 40-hour-a-week nonpartisan analyst operation. And if we were to advance something that says no one shall work on tax expenditure review until Child Protective is done, I just don't know that that's an efficient use of resource. And further, it's really getting into the management of the day-to-day, because if there is downtime in a certain area, as a manager, I would want resources to be directed towards other projects so that you keep a big complex ship moving forward. But so that's where I sit on that. Lucia?
Yes, I just wanted to add that we have understood the directive and the priorities of the GOC throughout this time is to deliver the Child Protective Services work on those timelines. There was also specific predating that. There were some timelines for the historic rehab tax credit and the research expense tax credit as well. And so we maximize the use of staff resources to achieve those goals. And I think that would be the same going forward. For instance, right now, as you're scoping out where you want the focus to be for the third report, there are staff resources that can be doing some work on tax expenditures and some background work that will be important regardless of where that third phase goes. And so I think I didn't mean, I'm sorry if I gave the impression that we're like dedicating all staff to these tax projects. It's more that there are staff with availability right now as this piece has been winding down and getting ready to ramp up. and that they have been chipping away. It's not something that they're doing on an urgent basis that would preclude shifting resources as needed to meet other deadlines that are established by the committee. So I think that understanding what the priorities and timelines are of the committee, and then the office managing the resources most effectively and efficiently to meet those priorities has worked well this year, and I think would be helpful going forward to have that flexibility.
I guess I would offer as an alternative to try to accomplish what I think Senator Bennett and Representative Barato and all of us want, which is a solution with great haste, is let's think in terms of timelines and deadlines for projects, rather than us telling the staff how to assign their projects. Maybe that would be a way to thread the needle. Let's talk about timelines that can be met, charge the staff with figuring out how to meet those timelines. I'd prefer to approach the question in that fashion. Representative Barato.
Thank you. Well, my intention was certainly to continue to give them flexibility, but I don't want to set the department up for, or OPEGA up for failure and criticism if they don't make a timeline that we set for tax expenditures when, we really do want to focus on what we talked about today. So I just want to set them up for success so everybody can be happy.
All right. Thank you. Further comments or questions from committee members? Representative Millett, do you have a motion to adjourn?
So move, and I hope we will see each other in person at 3 o'clock on Wednesday.
I think we will. Thank you, Representative Millett. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by several. We'll go with Senator Bennett. All in favor? Thank you for your efforts today. Hope you have a good weekend. We'll talk to you all soon.